paper, the Houston Astros and Los Angeles Angels have very little in common. With an expensive and star-studded lineup made for Hollywood, the Angels were built for instant gratification. But Hollywood also loves a great underdog story. And one thing the Astros have proven in their Oscar-worthy performances against the Angels is that games are not won on paper. The curtain is about to rise on the Astros and Angels again. Who will take center stage tonight?
Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a 3-game series against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Good evening, everybody. Big fireworks show after the game tonight. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby wondering what will happen during the game. The Astros got that win from the Cardinals on the final game of that 2-game series to square it. And now they come into this series having gone 7-3 against the Angels this year, Ash.
Pretty amazing stuff, what they've done to the Halos. But when you talk about on a nightly basis, what it is for the ball club now is that chance that you feel that they can go out and play well and pick up another W.
They certainly have performed well with the bats, and especially with the arms against the Angels this year.
Well, in that 4-game series, when the Astros went in, the Angels had won 9 of 11, but the Astros spread it out well offensively. Jason Castro had a big home run opposite field. Chris Carter unloaded as well, as did Carlos Pena. The bats, again, spreading it around, enjoying being able to have that success, but you get that success because you have great starting pitching, and the bullpen was good as well. Bud Norris, one of his 3 wins against the Angels on the season, 1 earned run allowed in 21 innings. The bullpen, you see Ambry's picking up a save, as did Veras. He got 3 saves in that series. So again, very well spread around, starting pitching, relief pitching, and solid offense. Pretty good formula for success.
And the guy who's on the mound tonight against Jerome Williams, who threw the ball well against the Astros, Bud Norris, has been absolutely fantastic against the Angels.
Well, I'll go ahead and run through those numbers again, but spectacular stuff. 3-0. You can see the numbers. He's just chewed them up, spit them out. 7 shutout innings, 8 innings against the Angels, 1 run in that one, and no earnings in 6 innings in another. The Angels picking up that 1 run against Bud. He has just figured out something, and even the Angels talking this week about what he's been able to do to them. How do you get Mike Trout to ground into a double play? Doesn't happen often. Bud turned that trick. All pitches, changing speeds, finding great locations, and burying these Angels hitters. And when you watch him pitch like this, you get the feeling that Bud Norris can be among the elite in this league.
Coming up next from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Brett Wallace is back and swinging the bat well. It's a brand new day for Wallace. We'll have more with Julia Morales coming next.
looking forward to their AL West rivals from Anaheim, the St. Louis Cardinals, just leaving town. They split a 2-game series here in Houston, and in those 2 games, Brett Wallace back after being recalled from AAA Oklahoma City, and very good. Welcome back, Brett, with 3 RBI in those first 2 games, including the 2-run triple and then an RBI single that tied up the game Wednesday night. The Astros eventually took from the Cards. Already a big improvement from what we saw from Wallace back in April. Take a look at these numbers. The strikeout numbers are what going to stand out to you most. They're 14 earlier in the season, just once in his past 2 games with the hits there. Well, he's already doubled his hits there in the past 2 games. And talking to hitting coach John Maley about him, he's seen a drastic improvement. He said his hands were the biggest adjustment earlier in the season, but he's also taking a much more balanced hitting stance when he goes to the plate. Before it was kind of an 80-20, now much more balanced, so he's able to get on top of the ball more. And also he's impressed his teammates as well by just the way he's handled this situation. He knew a lot of eyes would be on him as he had just been recalled, to see if he can keep up the numbers that he was putting up in AAA. He told me that the only way to do that was to stay focused and just play the game like he was playing it in Oklahoma City. Just a different ballpark. The Astros hope to see more of that this weekend as the Angels come into town. They open up a 3-game series. It's a team that the Astros have had much success over here this year. We'll be back.
Houston Astros baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Southwest.com. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Welcome inside the Astrodome. Alan Ashby's cheering. Well, you know, there's so much talk about the Astrodome. There's a little flashback for you.
Well, that's a nice flashback. But I don't know that this has ever been compared to the Astrodome like that before.
Well, it's the Astros and the Angels, and they're going over the ground rules there at home plate with this umpiring crew. That's Eduardo Perez, the Astros bench coach, and Mike Scioscia. And he played many a game in the Astrodome as a member of the Dodgers, up against you guys, you and Billy Doran and Jim Deshaies and Mike Scott.
Those were great days. A tremendous rivalry with the Dodgers. Mike Scioscia was a key contributor for L.A. and a guy that you didn't want to run into if you were trying to score on a close play.
He was absolutely, impenetrable at home plate, the way he actually get that ball and sit down on home plate and block it, wasn't he?
Sometimes what he would do is he'd become the middle linebacker and just come after you and just plant you. And a lot of guys around the National League ran into that version of Mike Scioscia. But, yeah, he could just bury anybody who tried to get into the plate.
Well, here's his lineup tonight, and the Angels are coming off a 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers. It's J.B. Shuck, the former Astro, in left field. Mike Trout's in center with Albert Pujols, the DH. Mark Trumbo is the cleanup man at first base. It's Howie Kendrick at second. Josh Hamilton in right field. Alberto Callaspo is the third baseman. Hank Conger does the catching, batting eighth. And the shortstop is Eric Ibar. The pitcher will be Jerome Williams, and he is throwing the ball well this year. So is Bud Norris, 5-7 despite a 3.60 ERA.
Left-hand hitters have enjoyed hitting off of Bud to the tune of .313. Righties just .244. Bud in a good one last time out at Chicago against the Cubbies, allowing a couple of earnings over 6 innings. Bud Norris has been quite good for an extended period of time. One rough start, that against the White Sox on the 17th of June. That defense for the Astros tonight: Jason Castro behind the plate around the infield right to left. Brett Wallace, Jose Altuve, Ronnie Cedeno, and Matt Dominguez. In the outfield, Brandon Barnes in center, flanked by J.D. Martinez in right and Chris Carter in left.
As Bud Norris takes the mound here at Minute Maid Park, this has been a tremendous venue for him. He's 20-17 at Minute Maid Park with a 3.37 career ERA. Facing J.B. Shuck, a .303 hitter with no homers. He's driven in 19. Matt Dominguez is on the grass at third. Shuck takes a look at it, and it's ball one. Kerwin Danley will be calling the balls and strikes tonight. Shuck was a 6th-round pick of the Astros in the 08 draft. Lance Barksdale, Mike Muchlinski, and Gary Cedarstrom joined Kerwin Danley on this crew. Norris evens the count. It's 1-1. The Angels had lost 3 in a row at home to the Pirates before going to Detroit and sweeping the Tigers. They finished their season series 6-0 against Detroit. That's impressive. Now a bouncer to first base, fielded there by Brad Wallace, and it turns out to be out number 1 for Bud Norris.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how a season can go where the Angels have had a miserable time with the Astros, and yet they just laid the wood to the Tigers.
It's been that kind of a strange season for the Angels. Very, very difficult start, but they are regrouping. They're 11-13 in June. And Mike Trout has been sizzling this month. Trout at .316 is 10th in the league in batting average. He has 13 long balls. He's driven in 51 runs, has 24 doubles and 6 triples. He's 3rd in the league in hits with 102.
Oh, and with his 19 stolen bases, he has stolen 11 consecutively now. So he's a force to be reckoned with in all phases of this game.
And he's 21 years old. 1st-round pick at 09.
With most guys, you say they're only going to get better. I don't know if you can get any better than what he did last year.
We have a story on our hands if he gets better than he has been.
If he maintains, he is really doing something.
He's leading the league in hits with 37 this month. Swings there, and it's no balls, 2 strikes for Bud Norris. Bud with 31 walks in 104 innings has challenged the hitters. And he gets a swing and a miss from Trout, chasing that breaking ball outside for out number 2.
I'll bet Mike Scioscia right now is thinking, oh boy, here we go again with Norris.
Now with 2 outs, it's Albert Pujols, the designated hitter tonight, hitting .256. He has 13 homers. He has 49 runs batted in. In his career against Bud Norris, he has 7 hits in 33 at-bats. That's a .212 average. And it's ball 1. Bud looking down at his footing after delivering that pitch to Pujols. Bud pitched some of his best games against the St. Louis Cardinals when Pujols was a big member of their starting lineup. And he's continued that success this year against Albert. That's in the air on the infield. And in shallow center, actually, for Jose Altuve. And that is an 8-pitch first inning for Bud Norris, and no score. Bo Porter. As Houston continues this three-team homestand, it's Jose Altuve leading off tonight at second base. Brett Wallace is at first, batting second, followed by catcher Jason Castro. Left fielder Chris Carter. The designated hitters Carlos Pena. With the right fielder J.D. Martinez tonight. At shortstop, it's Ronnie Cedeno. Matt Dominguez plays third, and Brandon Barnes bats ninth in center field.
On the mound for the Angels, veteran 31-year-old right-hander Jerome Williams, 5-3, 3.36 the ERA. A couple of rough ones recently for Williams since having a good one against the Astros back on the 1st of June. A game in which he worked 7 innings, allowing just 2 earned runs. Both left and right-hand hitters struggling against this righty.
Jose Altuve puts that one in the air, and the first baseman Mark Trumbo comes over. It's a foul, strike one. Big fireworks show coming after the game tonight, as usual on the Big and Bright Friday nights, but this is a special one tonight. The Michael Jackson Thriller theme. Altuve's on a 7-game hitting streak. At .295, he has 3 homers. He's driven in 27. Jose was looking over the players ballot for the All-Star teams today. 1-1. During his 7-game hitting streak, he's hit .357. He said he's voted 20 times for Jason Castro online. Ground ball to short to second base. Howie Kendrick over to first, and it's out number 1 for Altuve.
Defensively for these Angels tonight, behind the plate, Hank Conger. Around the infield, right to left, Mark Trumbo, Howie Kendrick, Eric Ibar, and Alberto Callaspo. In the outfield, Mike Trout roaming in center, flanked by Josh Hamilton in right and J.B. Schuck in left.
Williams threw the ball well in that game you mentioned, Ash. The 2-0 loss to Bud Norris in Anaheim. Just 3 hits and 2 runs in 7 innings. Gave up a 2-run homer to Chris Carter in the 7th. Brett Wallace is 3 for 32. He's driven in 3. Strike 1 to Wallace. But as Julia reported a few minutes ago, Brett had a good 2-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. He returned to the lineup Tuesday night from AAA Oklahoma City.
Kids, do you have your pink gloves ready to go?
Boy, that's a statement. Bouncer to first, and Trumbo takes it over. And that's in tribute, by the way, to Jerome Williams' mother, who passed away of cancer a few years ago. So a nice tribute to her.
They get a lot of the guys who on Mother's Day use the pink bats and find that they have a pretty hot day, like to use that bat for a good long while. That's really nice that a guy would honor his mother this way.
Certainly is. He was a sandwich pick of the Giants after the first round in '99. They traded him to the Cubs. And he moved along to Washington. He went to Taiwan. The Angels picked him up as a free agent, and last year, his first year with them, he was 6-8 with a 4.58 ERA. Jason Castro bats now and takes strike 1. Jason is in the top 5 in doubles in the American League with 22. He has a .273 average with 10 homers. He's driven in 26 runs. Castro was 1 for 6 with an RBI against the Cardinals. That one crowds him a bit, and it's 0-2. You mentioned that left-handed hitters and right-handed hitters. It's been tough sledding for both against this right-hander, Jerome Williams, this year. He's got that fastball cutter change-up combination.
Not many guys balance it out quite as well as Williams has.
He was born in Honolulu. In his career, he's 1-3 against the Astros with a 4.09 earned run average. And a foul ball by Jason Castro keeps the count at 0-2.
I guess he grew up not needing the internet to do his surfing.
Old-fashioned surfer. Jason and his wife Maris, who was on with us the other night, sponsoring the book drive this weekend for Castro's kids. Books will be given to the Houston Independent School District. That's in tight. It's 1-2. Fans can drop their books off here at the stadium, and also may get a very nice prize in return for doing so. Chris Carter's on deck as the Astros hope the orange uniform shirts work for them tonight. That's inside again. It's 2-2.
The Angels have gone 21-16 since the 18th of May. Similar story to the Astros, who are 20-19 since May 15th. They've both pitched better than they had been prior to that, and they have hit better. Since May 18th, they've averaged 5.3 runs. Bo Porter's club has averaged 3.8 runs in those last 39 games. Well, managed to go 20-19.
That's hard to win with that figure.
It really is.
And yet the pitching has been that good.
Yeah. And during that span, as they've gone 20-19, they've been 9-5 in one-run games. Castro keeps the battle going. Fouling that one into the crowd. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I've always tried to figure out that one-run victory type style of play. What does it really speak of about your team? You've got to get the leads in order to hang on late, or you've got to be able to have that comeback ability. This club hasn't really had that as one of the strong suits, but the bullpen's done a much better job.
Yes, it's been a part of it. Castro out to right center field, and coming in for it, Hamilton sliding, and he's able to hang on for out number 3. Both pitchers have good 1-2-3 first innings, and there's no score.
For live baseball everywhere you go, available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Astros baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit Astros.com for details. Bud Norris back on the mound for the Astros here, facing the team he's gone 3-0 against this year. Very good stuff there. And the Angels starting to get a little irritated. Mike Trout told media that every time he pitches against us, he's got his best stuff. Well, so when you've gone 3 times, when you've done really well against a team 3 times, how do you make it 4? I talked to pitching coach Doug Brocail about this. He said he's got to mix it up. The Angels are going to know his pitch pattern, so he has to be on, and he has to keep him off balance. Brownie?
Intriguing stuff. Thanks, Julia. Doug Brocail with Bo Porter and Mike Trout over on the other side, shouting encouragement to Mark Trumbo. Trumbo steps up with 17 homers and 50 runs batted in. Big power threat, and there's strike 1.
That's not an easy assessment by a manager to say that a guy has his best stuff every time he faces us, because sometimes you can get fooled into thinking that when your hitters just simply have bad nights when they line up against a particular guy.
It can work that way. Trumbo failing to catch up with that outside heater again, falls behind 0-2.
I'd love to know what Bud would say immediately after each one of the 3 starts. Did you feel like you had your best stuff tonight? Did you feel like you had your command of location? And I know sometimes in the past I've been with guys when they'd say, I really didn't think I had it tonight, but it turned out good.
That's fouled away.
So no balls, 2 strikes. Trumbo hit a home run yesterday in the win over Detroit. He's in the top 10 in home runs and just out of the top 10, 11th place in runs batted in. And you can see Norris working him over on that outside part of the plate with fastballs. And now on the slider, he snaps it off and strikes him out.
That slider has been a definite put-away pitch for Bud against the Halos. You'll see he starts it probably mid-thigh on the outside edge and then lets it dive. Sometimes with 2 strikes you want to even start it a bit lower, but he's just got their number right now.
Howie Kendrick brings a formidable threat to the plate. And he's been hot. Kendrick looks at it. It's ball 1 to a .317 hitter with 8 homers, 37 runs batted in for Kendrick. Now he's 28 years old. Hit cleanup yesterday for the 2nd time this year. Fastball's in the air. Wallace giving chase to it up toward the right field area, and that's back out of play. Kendrick has 32 hits this month. That's 3rd in the American League, so he's been a part of the offensive resurgence for the Angels. He is one of the top hitting second basemen in the majors.
Generally a guy that gets overlooked a bit, but a guy that with the bat is dynamite.
Taps that foul. 1-2 for Bud Norris. Bud's been into a consistent stretch of work. 6 quality starts in his last 7 and a 2.80 ERA. Opponents have scored 3 runs or fewer in 10 of his last 12. Fastball just off the plate. Kendrick not chasing, and it's 2-2. Bud got that no decision Ash talked about at Wrigley Field last time out, giving up 2 earned runs in 6 innings. The Astros won the game 4-3. He has not had a lot of run support this year. That moves him back, and it's ball 3.
Bud Norris has gotten better month by month. Back in April, the batting average against .307. See the slugging percentage along with .293, cuts it down to a man. In June, much better at .256. You'd love to see those numbers continue that trend throughout the year.
And a foul ball keeps the count full on Kendrick. If Norris beats the Angels tonight, he would be the 5th pitcher ever to go 4-0 against them to start his career. One of the guys who did that is a former Astro, Mike Cuellar. He went 7-0 against the Angels to start his career. Cuellar traded by the Astros to Baltimore. Foul back, still 3-2 to Kendrick. Norris is the first player ever to go at least 6 in each of his first 3 starts against the Angels and give up a total of 1 run. It's been 1 run allowed in 22 innings now, including the first inning tonight. Grounded in the hole, backhanded. Johnny Cedeno gets a throw over to Brett Wallace for out number 2.
Log on to CSNHouston.com and click on In-Game Live to enhance your Astros experience via computer, smartphone, or tablet. Get in-depth stats and join the social buzz. In-Game Live only on CSNHouston.com.
Josh Hamilton now, the former Texas Ranger, steps up. Hamilton at .215 has 10 homers. He's driven in 28 runs. Hamilton's had some wrist problems with his right wrist. Got an injection in that wrist and sat out a couple of games. There's ball 1 to him. But he's bounced back to drive in 10 runs in his last 13 now. He had 10 RBIs in his previous 50 games combined. 2-0.
Albert Pujols and Josh Hamilton, 2 guys counted on to provide big things for the Angels and it hasn't worked out that way this year. Pujols hitting .255, driving in some runs, 49. He's had a lot of opportunities. Hamilton just 28 ribbies while hitting .215.
He shoots that one foul.
Hamilton's hit 4 of his home runs, though, against the Astros. Now you can see the look in Albert Pujols' face, his eyes. Maybe the same look he has all the time, but I think there's reason for concern there for Albert.
Hamilton looks at it. There's a lot placed on Pujols and Hamilton regarding the success of this ball club. Last year, Hamilton, in the first half of the season, hit 27 homers and drove in 75 runs. So now just about to the halfway point. He's at 10 and 28. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Hamilton.
Well, there's a 3-1 guess fastball, get fastball scenario. And that usually means to good hitters, you're going to hit it hard somewhere. And all Hamilton can do with a good swing is foul it off.
Hamilton shoots one foul again. Still 3-2 to Josh. He homered off Bud Norris earlier this year, May 8th at Houston.
Bud dials that 3-2 heater up to 95.
Angels are 36 and 43. And that's a comeback for Mike Scioscia's club. There's been quite a buzz in a negative way about the Angels since their terrible month of April when they were 9 and 17. Line drive left field, headed for the wall. Carter over to play it off that advertising panel, and Hamilton gets into second with a 2-out double. That's his 14th double.
He continues to swing it well statistically, or at least better than he has over the course of the season. All of this against the Astros. Tough pitch down and away. Got a lot of movement in that swing, and when you're struggling, movement can be the enemy.
Jim Eppard, the hitting coach, has to be pleased though with that opposite field swing by Hamilton. Alberto Callaspo brings a 12-game hitting streak into this affair tonight. There's strike one to Callaspo, the switch hitting third sacker, 30 years old, from Maracay, Venezuela. Signed as a free agent with the Angels in 01. They traded him to Arizona, and then they got him back in a deal in 2010. He's played a lot of third base for this club. They don't have the traditional big thumper at third in terms of home runs and runs batted in. Callaspo's best RBI year was 73 with Kansas City in 09. Soft pop goes foul and out of play. And it's 0-2.
But Norris giving chase on that pop fly.
Yes, we've seen him do that many times. Eric Bedard did a nice job when he beat St. Louis 4-3 Wednesday night, going 6 innings, giving the Redbirds 3 runs, and then the bullpen took over. Fields, Wright, Cisnero, and Ferris all pitching scoreless baseball to hang on to that 4-3 lead. All the scoring was finished by the 4th. That's out toward left center field. Carter moving to his left and back a little bit to take care of out number 3. It's no runs a hit and a man stranded. No score here in Houston.
History is brought to you by MD Anderson, making cancer history. June 28th of 2007, Craig Biggio becomes the 27th member of the 3,000 hit club and records his second career 5-hit game to boot. As the Astros score an 8-5 win over the Rockies, Biggio collects his 3,000th hit almost 19 years to the day after he collected his first hit, which was June 29th of 1988.
Chris Carter steps up in the scoreless game, bottom of the second inning. And he takes that one low. Only appropriate because Mike Acosta has joined us, and he takes care of authenticating game used merchandise. So, of course, he was authenticating like crazy with that Biggio game, weren't you, Mike?
It was. We authenticated a lot of stuff.
And what does that involve exactly?
Well, there's a Major League authenticator here at the ballpark every night down by the Astros dugout right behind the on-deck circle, and they watch and they witness, kind of like a notary, if you will. Okay. They witness everything. Ball boy throws it out, whether it's a cracked bat or game-used ball, and they certify it. And I kind of helped them with that, with logging in what the information is on the baseball, how important it is, and then we take it up and sell it as a souvenir, or donate it to the Hall of Fame or a player, wherever it may go.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and it has that seal on it, which tells you that it is legitimate. It was used in a major league.
You know, back in my day, we were responsible for getting rid of our own junk. So if we broke a bat, we just had to clear it out. Now it's an item that needs to be. What did they have to validate that it belonged to so and so, and it came in this inning. Yeah, good stuff.
Well, that's a great thing that Major League Baseball stands behind it. They took control of the authentication so that everybody knows exactly what it is. And it's a police officer who does it.
Yeah, and that's a very professional operation, as we saw with Mark Krause's first Major League hit the other night.
Correct. And it happens within seconds. And it takes a lot of coordination. Everybody on the field has to know where to throw the ball and what to look for. It happens within seconds. And then the players get it within just a couple of minutes from hitting it, or at least one of the coaches does.
So that's one of about 9 hats that Mike wears with the Houston Astros. He knows a whole lot about the history of this club, as much as anybody, and he is the co-author of the new book, Houston Astros Deep in the Heart. There's going to be a book signing tomorrow from 2 to 3, right down below where we are here near the entrance to the Insperity Club. There's the cover of it. And Mike assembled all those photos. You can see in the background those images there in the cover, some of the famous photos from the club's history. And that has been quite an effort for you as Carter takes the walk. And now, how do you like the finished product?
Well, the finished product really turned out very, very nice. I was really impressed. We were trying to go for a very visual history instead of just more of a textbook. Because baseball fans' memories, I mean, you remember all the rainbow uniforms and the Astrodome and all the great plays and players that have come through here in franchise history. So I really went back and dug deep into the files and found a lot of slides and negatives and images that we actually had never used before. And I thought, well, you know, this book project that we have going, that's the best place to put them.
And we had, what, over 1,000 photos we looked at?
We had actually close to 1,500 pictures that were scanned, cleaned up by McCord lithographs here in Houston. And, you know, many of them, because of the size of the book, we couldn't use all of them, but we are using them for other special projects now around the ballpark and in the Astros magazine. So they're going to come into use in other ways, but many of them, about, I want to say 600 of them went into the book itself.
Carlos Pena with 8 homers, 25 runs batted in, trying to advance Carter after Carter walked. So that was a project that took a long, long time, and now that it's out, you look back at all those history photos, and from the early years, it was so much fun looking at the construction of the Astrodome, for instance, at the old stadium shots of Colt Stadium, many, many things that have been around for a long time, but needed to be, as you say, cleaned up and put in a little bit better shape to be published in a book.
Correct. And you know, everybody kind of knows the story of AstroTurf and how the dome came about, but not in the sense in the interviews that were also done for the book by yourself. And all these stories, it's more than just a media guide that it's put together.
Callaspo spins around, throws to second, and the relay to first not in time. But the Angels got a big-time play from Callaspo, getting it for the force out on Carter to second base.
And they almost get the double play on this ball. Big hustling effort there by Carlos Pena. The only thing that keeps the Astros away from the double play. Carlos Pena, based on what a lot of teams do defensively, does not hit the ball on the ground the other way. But the fact that the Angels leave a man right there, very big defensively.
Yeah, that play went from 5 to 6. Ibar took the throw. And now J.D. Martinez is the batter. J.D. was telling me he couldn't keep any food down. He didn't eat anything yesterday, just not feeling good. Doing better today, has 7 homers, 30 runs batted in. There is strike one. But Mike, you've researched, you've spent many hours going through those old rooms back in the Astrodome. This has been a lifetime work for you leading up to this book, hasn't it?
I mean, it really has. This is something that I kind of feel that I know you and I were working on it for a good couple of years, but it kind of feels like I started it back when I was 10 years old and I was your Astros buddy.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
You remember that picture, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
It's tight, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
So what are you guys most proud of about this book?
Well, I'm really proud that the book actually from start to finish really shows how baseball came to Houston, how it evolved into Major League Baseball, all the innovation that the Astros have had with the Astrodome, the Wild West theme of the Colt 45s, and the stories of the Mosquitoes at Colt Stadium, just into the evolving of a great baseball town here in Houston.
How big were those Mosquitoes now that you've really researched it and found out?
Well, they were like the 777, is that what it was?
Yeah, I think so. It's been likened to a B-47 style mosquito, but yeah, that was the fun, hearing all the stories, wasn't it?
It was. And you know, a lot of the Mosquitoes came to Colt Stadium because the hole that was going to become the Astrodome about 700 feet away used to fill up with water because there were underground springs underneath the prairie land. And they had a lawsuit that delayed construction on the Astrodome, so they had to pump out water every day, and mosquitoes nested in there, and they kind of trickled themselves over to Colt Stadium.
Sounds like everything you've learned through the research of this has been pretty cool stuff, not just valuable for the book, but stuff that's nice to have in the memory bank.
Oh, it is.
Shot into left field by J.D. Martinez. He advances Pena to second base. First hit of the game for the Astros goes to Martinez. And Mike, I thought it was just fascinating researching the way the whole franchise was awarded to Houston. It was quite an interesting story. It was a good swing by J.D.
Well, you go back to the efforts that George Kurtzy and Craig Cullinan made, and you know, Roy Hofheinz takes a lot of credit for building the Astrodome, but it went way back into the middle 50s, and Houston outdrawing the St. Louis Browns and other clubs, and the Houston Buffaloes doing so well. And Major League Baseball was inevitable to come to Houston, and it became the first city in the South to get Major League status.
250 for Ronnie Cedeno, 1 homer, 12 runs batted in. There was a real stigma against putting a team in the South in the early 60s. Short hop play, Callaspo to second, and Howie Kendrick got the handle on it and made it into a 5-4-3 double play. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Great work on the book.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Brownie.
No runs, a hit, and a man left, and there's no score after a couple.
Astros face off against the Rays at 7:10 with patriotic post-game fireworks. Then Thursday, 4th of July, come out for a 1:10 first pitch against the Rays with a special pregame military parade. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS for tickets, guys.
Thanks, Julia. We look forward to that. Astros and the Rays just got a bit of information today that apparently Tuesday night it's going to be David Price coming off the disabled list to pitch for the Rays here in Houston.
When he's on his game, may not be certainly not many tougher. Guy's got a great arm.
Sure does. And Conger leads it off here in the third. Scoreless game. Conger at 253 with 4 homers has driven in 11. Sharing the catching chores with Chris Iannetta. Conger takes a look at ball one. Conger's a switch hitter who has 95 at bats. Iannetta has 178 at bats this year. Conger hits one to center field way back. Brandon Barnes still running hard to the warning track. Barnes, what a tremendous play by Barnes. And he took a hit from that left center field wall and held on.
How about that, Jim? And that wasn't like a full stride from the wall. This is just before impact. That's a ball that Conger, I'm sure, is thinking is out of most ballparks. And Barnes can go get it gap to gap in center field. Look at that focus on the baseball. Took one peek to see where the wall was, and then right back on the ball.
That is a magnificent catch by Brandon Barnes for out number 1. Former wide receiver and defensive back in high school. He showed those skills, the ability to concentrate on the ball and recognize that a hit was about to follow once he caught it. Rick Ibar taking ball 1. And that was a hit. Padding or no padding. Ibar 277 has 3 homers. He's driven in 27. A pitcher, everybody gets such a lift from a play like that. There's an extra base hit right there to lead off an inning that's taken away.
Yeah, that's at least a double. And when you talk about leading off an inning, any team will tell you they feel they should be able to score. So you keep this ball game scoreless for the moment.
Ibar looks at one upstairs. That makes it a 2-ball 1-strike count for Bud Norris. Ibar's driven in 13 runs in his last 14 games for Mike Scioscia. Mike's won 5 division championships, the O2 World Series in his years as the Angels skipper. More than 1,100 wins as the manager. And tough times have hit him this year with a combination of injuries and a lack of production.
Angels have tried to run more lately. They're just not a great running club.
Red Wallace underhands to Bud Norris. 2 outs.
We'll get back to that in a moment, but the defense reigns here in the inning. And we have seen just a great group of plays by Brandon Barnes. He goes back, he comes in, he can deal with Towles Hill, he can deal with Ivy for that matter. He just continues to make the plays, and this, the one we just saw moments ago, that is a gem that likely prevented 3 backs. And with that ground out, I don't think you bring the infield in that scenario. You likely have the Angels on top 1-0.
Such a tremendous play, not only in the direct route he took, but just knowing that he was going to hit that wall and the ability to hang on. J.B. Shuck grounded out to Brett Wallace to open the game. Shuck, an Ohio Stater, takes ball 1.
I'd have to say that Brandon Barnes has separated himself in terms of the center fielders for the club. Just feel like that he hasn't let a ball drop at all when he's got a shot to get leather on it.
And he's been on a lot of highlight reel plays. 1 ball, 1 strike for Bud Norris. By the way, Justin Maxwell has been cleared for activity again Cole Porter is being cautious and is not starting him tonight, but he's ready to go. He passed all the baseline tests for concussion, and he came out yesterday for a workout when the team was off and made it through that with flying colors, and the headache is gone now. He was explaining that baseline test that's given to the players in spring training. Fly ball out to center. Barnes coming in for this one. Barnes laying out. Oh my goodness! What an unbelievable inning for Brandon Barnes. He is all over center field at Minute Maid Park, and the fans are on their feet for the defensive wizardry of Brandon Barnes.
Well, this might have been the tougher play.
Nothing. Angels nothing because of Brandon Barnes.
What a pair of plays, and this one prevents a likely three-bagger just before hitting the wall, able to make that play. And this is just all-out stuff, coming and getting it. And Bud Norris and company really enjoying what Brandon Barnes is doing.
That's just some kamikaze center field play there. And strike one to Dominguez. Matt with a .239 average, has 11 homers, 43 runs batted in. Without any regard for his body, Brandon Barnes patrols center field. No balls, 2 strikes. Longtime baseball fans, or those who really avidly study baseball history, have probably heard the name Pete Reeser of the Dodgers. He was an outfielder who cut short his career by repeatedly banging into walls trying to make catches. Fly ball deep left center field. Dominguez sends it on a long ride, and that's a leaping play at the wall by Trout. Just barely had room in front of that bullpen wall, and the center fielders are on display tonight.
That's a case of a center fielder not really sure where he was on the field in terms of the different angles out there in left center field on the wall. Can't blame a guy, though. That's a tough part of this yard.
Yes, it is. He got it done. He might have had a little more room than he thought, certainly. Comes away without number 1, and now it's Brandon Barnes. At .259, he has 3 homers, 17 runs batted in. He's in the Rookie of the Year mix in the American League.
Don't know if you caught that smile on the face of Brandon Barnes looking back at Hank Conger. That's that moment when the catcher says, man, beautiful play, but mix it in on somebody else, will you?
Exactly. Barnes takes it. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Right now, among Rookie of the Year candidates in the American League, J.B. Shuck is the leader in batting average, .303. Barnes is 4th. Barnes 17 runs batted in, only 6 away from the lead. Oswaldo Arcia of Minnesota has that, so there are a lot of candidates now. There could always be a pitcher. 2 balls and a strike.
Take a look at Mike Trout. He knows that wall is somewhere behind him. He, with the right hand, was prepared to catch himself there, but those are very tough angles. And when we've seen Brandon Barnes dealing with these plays, he just seems to be able to size it up extremely well. Yeah, you know when you just haven't sized it up perfectly, but still getting the job done.
Somebody must have been dogging him on that balcony above. They had some fun with that. Williams gets it inside on Barnes, and that makes it 2-2 for Jerome Williams. Now, Trout is really a fan favorite for a lot of solid reasons. He just has fun. He was interacting with the fans, it appeared, after that catch a little bit.
Does that look like an athlete?
Oh, good.
Which sport?
When he runs the bases, he's like a runaway train. With that body lean. Foul ball keeps it at 2 balls, 2 strikes for Brandon Barnes.
That actually makes me think a bit of Bo Jackson back in the day. When I know that there wasn't a catcher or infielder, for that matter, that wanted a close play with Bo coming at you.
Well, they might have been having some fun with Mr. Trout from up there. Players quite often like to get razzed when they're on the road. Perks them up a little bit.
Well, it probably speaks to respect.
Probably does. He has a ton of that based on last year already. And having another big year. In the air to right field. Hamilton. 2 outs for Jerome Williams. Williams has 38 wins, 40 losses as a major league pitcher, and a 4.18 ERA. Lost to the Pirates last time out, giving up 4 earned runs in 6 innings. Now Jose Altuve. Altuve grounded out in the first inning. Speaking of that all-star balloting, which Jose Altuve was considering before this game, that's what's going on this weekend. The players are filling out their ballots. Of course, the fan balloting will continue online and at the stadiums for days to come. That's foul. Starting to get interesting, though. The closer we get to the end of the balloting to contemplate who the All-Stars will be here in 2013. The game at Citi Field in New York.
Yeah, by adding extra roster spots in recent years, they've sure made it nicer for the guys that deserve to be there.
Yeah. 0-2 for Williams. He hit him with a pitch. Through the left elbow, it appeared. Altuve heads for first. Second time he's been hit.
Oh, right off that elbow.
Yeah.
And you can tell by the reaction, this was not a pleasant experience. Could have been worse.
Will Porter and head athletic trainer Nate Lucero came out to check with Altuve. Yeah, that could stay with a player for a while, getting hit right on that elbow area. Brett Wallace grounded out in the first inning. Back in 2004, Jerome Williams went 10-7 for the Giants. He made 22 starts for them, but he had right elbow surgery. Altuve draws a throw. He had measured a pretty good sized lead. And the Astros have run effectively against this Angel club.
Jerome Williams, we talked about the difficulty for both right and left-hand hitters against him, with the breaking ball even more so. And in recent years, he's kind of been up and down a little bit. 224 to last year, 260. This year, 082 against his breaking stuff. And a 131 slugging? You got to be kidding me.
Snap throw goes over to first. He dropped down and threw that one hard over to first base. The Astros had 10 steals in 12 tries against Mike Scioscia's Angels this year. That's a much better percentage than they have as a whole. 44 steals, 24 caught stealings. Wallace takes a look at it. Wallace has a 1-0 count. Julia was mentioning some changes that Brett Wallace has made in his hitting since he was here with the Astros earlier this year. John Maley talking about his balance being more evenly distributed now than it was earlier this season. His hands are a little bit higher position. Runner going. Bounce to the right side. Trumbo with the toss. Williams is there. And in the third inning for the Astros, it's no runs, no hits, and a man stranded. After 3, no score from Minute Maid Park.
By steal dealers, we go back to the Mike Trout at bat in the first inning against Bud Norris. Bud made easy work of this one. Starts him with a fastball for a called strike, then brings the heat blown on by, and then right to the slider. Little half swing going through. Bud Norris having no trouble with Mike Trout in that first at bat.
Bud in the month of June is averaging 3.5 strikeouts for every walk. Trout will lead it off here in the fourth inning. He'll be followed by Pujols and Trumbo. That's a difficult trio for anybody. Angels have scored 368 runs. That ranks 5th in the American League. That's ball one. Some think that they swung too heavily to the offensive side, spending the money on Josh Hamilton as a free agent. Lefty Jason Vargas is on the disabled list right now. And he's pitched well, so they're hopeful of getting him back in the rotation soon. 2 balls, no strikes to Trout.
It's kind of hard to believe that they're that good offensively in terms of runs scored when Josh Hamilton has had such a miserable season and Albert Pujols has been well below his norm.
True. In for a strike, and it's 2-1. Trumbo's driven in 50. He's having a nice year.
Probably speaks to what the Angels thought they could be with best case scenarios with the big boys.
Right. Pujols on deck. Now it's a 3-ball, 1-strike count to Trout. The Astros have signed their 9th-round draft choice, catcher Brian Holberton of North Carolina. He's been assigned to Greenville. Foul back. 3-2 now to Trout. They also signed 4 other players from the draft this year. 14th round pick lefty Chris Cotton, third baseman Adam Nelubowicz, an 18th round pick. Jake Rodriguez, a 19th round choice. And Juan Santos, 39th round.
We wish them well. Hope they go tear it up. But I think likely they'll find that playing pro ball every day against the cream of the crop is awfully tough.
It is a daunting task. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. That's the first walk of the night for Bud Norris. Now Albert Pujols, who popped to second, will follow. Pujols has those gaudy career numbers against the Houston Astros. This season they have slowed him down. For his career, he's had 686 at-bats, a .309 average, 42 homers, 115 batted in. That's a strike to him.
Spotted like that, you're not going to give up a whole lot of extra base hits.
There's a wild game going on at U.S. Cellular in Chicago. Cleveland 19, the White Sox 10 in the 8th.
It's a game that saw the White Sox score 5 in the bottom of the first inning. Leading 5-0, you're probably thinking we're off to a laugher. Yeah, for the other guys.
Well, according to a lot of the latest trade rumors, the White Sox are willing to deal everybody except lefty starter Chris Sale and first baseman Paul Konerko. Konerko's a 10-5 player, and he has to approve a trade. Popped up. Red Wallace coming in. That's one out. Well, trade rumors are starting to circulate already. It's not even quite June 30th. Still another month to go before the deadline. 50 pitches for Bud Norris. 32 have been strikes. Mark Trumbo will be next. He struck out in the second inning.
Just had one of those moments. Home plate umpire Kerwin Danley threw out a new baseball for Bud, up and over Bud's head, but catchable. Bud chose to catch it barehanded, and Kerwin Danley just froze and looked at him like, "You kidding me? Don't do that to me."
Trout draws the throw. Trout with those 19 steals Ash talked about earlier has only been caught 3 times.
Yeah, he's starting to really put it together in terms of the stolen bases. 11 straight now. A guy who led the majors a year ago.
Trumbo has bounced into 7 double plays. He's going. Astros throw to Altuve, not in time. Stolen base for Trout, number 20.
Well, you can't get that guy. Not the guy that just ran right there. Bud Norris was quick to the plate. Watch how, well, not the slide step this time. Good throw from the catcher and a very nice quick tag by Jose Altuve. So a good combination of work done by the Astros, but Trout just too good.
He led the league with 49 steals last year. That was in 54 tries. He has number 20. And the pitch was a strike to Trumbo.
Don't forget him now.
No balls, 2 strikes. Well, sometimes, and Trout had talked about it, as Julia mentioned before the game, how Bud Norris had the Angels number. A base stealer would take it upon himself against a pitcher who's been so tough to try to generate something with his legs.
I think Mike Trout is certainly the only guy the Angels have right now that can just take the game in any aspect and lead his team to victory.
Trumbo strikes out.
Tune in to Fox July 16th for this year's MLB All-Star Game at Citi Field in New York. The best players from the American League take on the best from the National League to compete for home field advantage in the World Series.
Howie Kendrick grounded to short first time up in the second inning. He looks at ball 1 in That Cleveland White Sox game. White Sox, as Ash mentioned, got 5 in the first. Cleveland bounced right back with 5 in the second. The Tribe scored 6 in the fourth. Just kept pouring it on. Now leads 19-10 in the bottom of the ninth. And their closers in the game. Okay. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So if you score over 20 runs between two clubs, are you allowed to get a save in a game like that?
No. Adam Dunn hit his 21st. Jeff Keppinger number 2. Tyler Flowers number 8 for the White Sox. Ryan Rayburn has the only home run for Cleveland. His 9th. 21 hits and 19 runs for the Tribe. Break up the White Sox? Sounds like they might. High chop to third and foul from Ed Dominguez. It's 1-2.
White Sox club was one that I think a lot of folks were trying to portray as a good team coming out of spring training.
Well, they have what, $120 million payroll. Obviously underproducing. So it wouldn't be that surprising if they started shipping people to other clubs. It's now a final. Indians 19, White Sox 10. Matt Albers got the win, and Omogrosso was the loser. Now Altuve came in to say something to Norris with a 1-2 count on Kendrick. Giovanni Gallardo is being shot by the Brewers. Arizona may be interested in him, or Jeff Samardzija of the Cubs. Fouled away. There are a lot of teams in the hunt right now. It's still, as we say, a month before the deadline, but if a team can go ahead and pull the trigger on a deal in late June rather than late July, get that player a month earlier, that could be a difference maker.
Matt Garza, another one of those names from the Cubs that has been rumored.
Ricky Nolasco of the Marlins, apparently, according to stories, is out there available. It would be hard to think he would not be available, given the Marlins' flight. Swing and a miss. Kendrick strikes out, and that's 2 of those here in the 4th inning and 4 on the night for Bud Norris in a scoreless game.
From Mr. Justin Maxwell, he said, great team win. Bedard pitched great. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you guys rate my Scorpion? From Tuesday, this picture is classic. They actually posted it up in the clubhouse. That happened in Tuesday's game when he was diving for a ball, and instead of sliding, he actually stuck there and had a mild concussion, which he passed the test. So he is available tonight. He's all good to go. I wouldn't give him a very good score there. Maybe the flexibility a little bit. But how about the catches that have happened here in the center field area tonight? I bet you'd give him a much better score.
That one was spectacular in the sense that he had to go a long way, and then he reached behind him to snag it, Ash.
He's just something to watch, and he's been doing it as long as he's been given a chance now to be the center fielder.
Strike one on a changeup to Castro. Jason hit a fly ball to right field. Josh Hamilton came in to make that play in the first inning.
Yeah, we hope Justin's doing fine now. That photo, though, was taken at a moment when he wasn't exactly face plowing. The body was in position, but that was a tough one.
Ball, one strike.
Those two guys know the life of a center fielder.
Bad. 2-1. Joe Blanton pitches tomorrow at 3:10. Justin Maxwell might be back in the lineup against Blanton, with Jordan Lyles going for Houston. Jordan's been the hottest hand on the mound at 4-2 and 3.68 ERA. The last start was a rough one for him. He did not get very much defensive help whatsoever. 2 balls, 2 strikes. By the way, we get to see Bob Aspromonte tomorrow. Art Howe, J.R. Richard will be here. Enos Cabell for that book signing, along with Ash. From 2 to 3, the game starting at 3:10 tomorrow.
That is some daunting company.
Oh yeah. 3 balls, 2 strikes. That'll be on the main concourse, right near the entrance to the Insperity Club. A lot of people want to bring their new or gently used books for grades K through 12 to drop off for Castro's Kids book drive. Bouncer goes foul. Still 3-2. George Springer had his debut at AAA last night for Oklahoma City. He was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Red Hawks are playing a doubleheader tonight.
I don't know how much you read into that, because Springer has games where he strikes out a load.
That's a deep drive to right field. Get ready in the bullpen, and Castro has really unloaded this one. 1-0 Astros on number 11 for Jason Castro. At 27 runs batted in, and a thunderbolt off Jerome Williams.
Well, Castro crushed one against the Angels in that 4-game sweep in Anaheim, but he went to left center field this time. Gets a pitch he could turn on, pull to right center, and his power is quite impressive. They try to come in a bit, and this ball might have been in further than was desired to begin with, but boy, that's teaching a lesson right there by Castro. How quickly he gets through this zone.
Majestic long ball. Chris Carter falling behind here 0-2 after the Castro bolt gives the Astros a 1-0 lead. 11 home runs will put him on the way to a club record for an Astro catcher in a season. That was a 425-footer. It's 1-2.
He's an all-star for me.
Yeah.
There are some other very qualified people, obviously, but Jason Castro has just been really good all the way along.
Strikeout looking for Carter. Strikeout number 1 for Williams. Home run is the 10th allowed by Williams in his 81st inning. Now he's looking over at his second baseman. Kendrick is shifting out into right field on Carlos Pena. Bounced into that 5-6 force out at second on Carter in the second inning, and Callaspo made a sensational play on it. Mitch Molesky hit 14 homers back in 2000. That's out toward Kendrick in right field. Turns that into out number 2. Castro might have 14 at the All-Star break.
Now, most guys hit their home runs to one spot. Jason Castro has used the entire field, and I think that bodes well for him in the long term.
J.D. Martinez singled to left field his first time up. He had gone 0 for his last 21 against right-handed pitchers. That was the second longest such streak of his career. He was 0 for 27 last year over the stretch against right-handers. That one may get him headed back in a good direction. It's ball 1. Right-handed pitchers have stopped the Astros pretty well this year. 1 ball, 1 strike. The month of June, the Astros are hitting only .216 as a team, but they're 12-12. That's remarkable. Broken ground roller to third. Callaspo on over to Trumbo. And the Castro homer gives the Astros a 1-0 lead after 4.
And Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico viewers, listen up. Comcast Sportsnet covers the entire 5-state region, and we want your story ideas. Email us your ideas at regionalroundup@comcastsportsnet.com. Guys.
Thanks, Julia. That was a monster home run by Castro. It's accounted for the only run through the first 4 innings of this game. Bud Norris comes out for the 5th. Hamilton, Callaspo, and Conger due to bad. Josh Hamilton doubled to left in the 2nd inning, but he was stranded there when Norris got Callaspo.
It's been kind of classic for the Astros to this point tonight. Excellent defense, solid and outstanding starting pitching, and a little bit of a pop for good measure. Jason Castro providing that.
Hamilton fouls one back. There's strike 1 to him. Bud Norris has not allowed a homer his first time through the lineup in any game this year. 5 of the 7 homers he's allowed have been solo shots. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hamilton. The only other pitchers with as many as 3 wins against one team this season are Bartolo Colon, who's 3-0 against the Astros. John Lester 3-0 against the Blue Jays. C.J. Wilson is 3-0 against the Mariners. In the air to shallow center field, and that dunks in for a hit. A broken bat hit it is for Hamilton. And Hamilton, who runs well, is aboard to lead off the 5th. Astros Trivia is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. There's Craig Biggio's 3,000th hit on this date, 2007. And we go back a few years before that. Against which pitcher did Craig Biggio record his first major league hit? He's famous. Hit his first major league homer off Goose Gossage at Wrigley Field. We're talking about his first hit, and it was a single. Alberto Callaspo, the batter, looking at strike 1.
First dinger against Goose Gossage.
Yeah.
That's quality work.
That's quality, and also the guy who gave up his first hit. A very fine major league pitcher who was at one time right at the top of the heap. Bouncer off Norris's glove. Altuve with the tag and the throw and the double play. Very quick tag by Altuve, who in one motion scooped up that grounder and put the tag on Hamilton.
Challenging play not only for Altuve but for Josh Hamilton. You're never quite sure, do I stop? Do I keep going? And clearly that tag, a good solid one by Jose.
You can tell Bud actually got his glove on it as it appeared initially. He may not have. Hank Conger the batter now. Conger hit that deep drive and it was caught as Brandon Barnes on the dead run took it in on the backhand side and smacked into the padding in left center field. There's strike one. The way they do the assists on a play with its deflection from the pitcher is if when he touched it, it changed direction, then the play will go, for instance, 1-4-3. And it really didn't change direction if he did touch it. And it's not a big deal to most people. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Pirates continue to be amazing. And they are tied for first with St. Louis. They've won 6 in a row, and they're beating the Brewers tonight 9-3 in the 7th. That's hit in the air, and Barnes is backing in center field. High drive, and it's an 8-pitch inning for Norris here in the 5th inning, and a 1-0 lead for the Astros. By Jack in the Box. Now's your chance to go big at Jack in the Box. Try Jack's Big Stack Burger. 2 jumbo beef patties stacked with onion rings, cheese, and pickles. And Ash and Jeff Blum will be partaking of those very soon on the road.
I'm hoping those are steady in the booth.
Oh,
you are going to be a jealous man.
Yeah. You get to go to Arlington, Texas.
Yep.
St. Louis, Missouri.
I wonder if it'll be warm enough for these games.
No, you better take a very heavy line jacket actually on that trip.
Got a chance to be a little toasty.
Smoking hot trip. Ronnie Cedeno leads it off, home 5th inning. And the Jason Castro homer in the 4th. It's 1-0 Houston, and there's ball 1 to Cedeno.
Thank goodness there's no Las Vegas on the trip. I saw they were going to hit about 117 today.
Ooh. It's 2-0 to Ronnie. Pittsburgh Pirates tonight with that 9-3 lead after 7 against Milwaukee in Pittsburgh. Started Garrett Cole. And again, he pitched well. 6 innings, 3 earned runs. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. The Astros are 7-3 against the Angels, including a sweep of a 4-game series in Anaheim.
Is that where they play, Anaheim?
Well, it's a part of their name, so I think there's a chance it is.
Or is it Los Angeles?
Man, that's a travesty. The Los Angeles Angels.
That's what they used to be.
Well, they used to play there. They actually, as a matter of fact, were a part of LA at one time.
Okay.
You know,
that might be the reason for that then.
They've got such a great fan base out there in Orange County. I think those folks have a right to be offended. But I guess it's none of our business, huh?
Well, we could make it our business.
I think we've just done that.
That's ball 4, and Cedeno has a leadoff walk. That's the second walk for Williams. Astros Trivia is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Who was that pitcher, that famous guy who gave up hit number 1 for Craig Biggio?
What team was he with?
Oral Hershiser of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Rosita.
They did not.
No, just kidding.
Of Chavez Ravine.
Chavez Ravine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that's a pretty good guy to get your first off of.
Absolutely. And Dominguez bats. And there's a look over to first by Williams after holding the ball for a long time. Cedeno's 2 for 2 in steals.
Isn't that the year when Oral Hershiser strung together the scoreless streak?
That was that year. That major league record for consecutive scoreless innings. Dominguez hit the ball to center field, and it was caught by Trout. Nice catch. And he whips that one foul, strike one. Dominguez has hit .304 at home this year. His numbers are heavily skewed at home. Much better production at Minute Maid Park than on the road. But Norris there. Jerome Williams is averaging just under 15 pitches per inning. That's the lowest average on the Angels staff. Pretty efficient guy. That Hershiser record year in '88. He needed an extra inning game to beat the record set by Don Drysdale. And on the final day of the season, he got an extra inning game, 10 innings, I think it was, to set the record. How remarkable is that?
That's when you know things are leaning in your direction.
Good pitch. 0-2.
In today's world, he would have been told after 7 innings he had thrown enough pitches, you're done for the night.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, yeah, Oral Hershiser, I guess if you can get your first major league hit off of him, your first dinger off of Goose Gossage, you're probably destined to be pretty good.
It worked out.
How many of those hits did you personally call?
No idea. I'm sure Milo called more.
Yeah, well.
He called. Well, but when you work with Milo, you would do what? A couple of innings of play-by-play?
Well, I don't think I was ever
you called
in line to get any of those, but you must have gotten every one, huh?
No, because we had games and we didn't televise. So no one can claim that he called every Biggio hit, right?
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't think anyone can.
Okay.
But it was fun to be here for number 3,000. Oh, yeah.
Good stuff all the way.
Special.
Good stuff.
Now you wonder about these young guys.
Who's the next?
Yeah. Who's going to turn into a superstar here? Dominguez strikes out. That's strikeout number 2.
I think that's one of the great fascinations about this game. Is it somebody that's on the roster right now? Is it somebody that's coming along in the minor league system? And you hope that it's somebody.
1 out, and Brandon Barnes is next. He's made 2 spectacular catches in this game. He hit a fly ball to right field first time up. The Baseball Prospectus mid-season top 50 list has been released this week, and there are 5 Astros in the top 50 prospects in Major League Baseball. That's more than any other organization has.
Throw goes over first.
You know what's funny about lists like that is that list could easily be missing the next guy who's going to step in and be a great player.
True. Good point. Well, the 5 Astros on that top 50 prospect list are shortstop Carlos Correa, first baseman Jonathan Singleton, outfielder George Springer, pitcher Mike Foltynewicz, pitcher Mark Appel. So strike one to Brandon Barnes.
From what we've seen, little video on Foltynewicz and all the reports on Mark Appel, it sounds like there's some great pitching coming this way.
Yeah, there's where they rank. Correa is the top ranking guy by Baseball Prospectus, number 16 overall, Appel 18, and so on down the line.
After that peak of Correa during spring training, I'm quite convinced you can always get fooled, but he's got all the tools to become a big-time player.
He really does. And I guess the big question about him is, will he stay of a size to be able to have the agility to play shortstop, or will he grow bigger and be moved to third base?
Because he's got the frame that he could become a little bit big for shortstop. Although Cal Ripken played that position for a long time.
Yeah. Barnes looks at it.
Alex Rodriguez, even when he moved to third base, was still a Gold Glove caliber shortstop.
Very good. Yeah. So that's a possibility, but if there's a way that a youngster who's as good as Correa could stay at shortstop, organizations usually prefer that he stay at that position. Depends on who else is there.
He just reminded me physically of a young A-Rod when I saw him in the spring.
Very much so. Inside. In fact, let's see, 2 balls, 2 strikes. We heard that from a broadcaster. Was it F.P. Santangelo of Washington? Yeah, because he played that game against the Nationals on the road. And we got some videotape of it for, I believe it was our first telecast the next day, Ash. And F.P. Santangelo had been around A-Rod a lot, working out in southern Florida when A-Rod was first coming to the big leagues. And that's what he said, that Carlos Correa reminded him quite a bit of Alex Rodriguez.
I guess it doesn't hurt to have that planted in your mind, but that was the first thing I thought when I walked up upon the young man and spoke with him. And by the way, he's very personable. Way ahead of the 18 years he was carrying.
Yeah. Tap foul. So how's he doing? Carlos Correa. We have some numbers on him. And in April it was kind of tough at Quad Cities. The Astros weren't sure that that would be the best place to start him. They thought maybe a little bit lower, but he hit 221 in April. Then look at 349 in May, 375 in June. He's killing left-handed pitching at 444. And he's still up for that fan vote in the All-Star Futures game. And I believe you can find that through Astros.com if you want to make your vote before June 30th. Good stop there by Conger as he just backhanded that on the backhand side, just a short hop pickup. He didn't move his body, but he made a good pickup with his hand.
Guess those numbers we just saw in Correa might indicate that a right-handed breaking ball could be giving him a tough time, but that can be fixed. That's where you get that strong kid that you just have him stay on the ball a little longer, think toward right center field, and hopefully have that kind of click in. It takes that moment where it clicks.
And I think Cedeno might be running on 3-2. He's had a lot of attention paid to him. Here they send Dave Clark over to say something. Dave has the stopwatch. He knows what the times are on the pitcher's release. And of course, part of the scouting report is knowing what that catcher's pop time is, as they say. The moment from that time when it pops the mitt to the time that it arrives at the second baseman's glove or whoever's covering. There's a throw, and Cedeno is out on a strikeout throw out, double play from 2-4 to end the 5th inning. And it's no runs, no hits, nobody left after 5. 1-0 Houston on the 4th inning Castro long ball.
Our progressive fan of the game. I'm out here by the home run pump, and I'm with Adam, who gets this awesome goodie bag for being our progressive fan. He looks like a fan, and he's been over here talking trash to the opposing center fielder. But what do you think of the plays by Brandon Barnes tonight? Where do they rank?
Let me tell you, Mike Trout has always raved on the top plays he makes on Sports Center and Baseball Tonight, Web Gyms. This Brandon Barnes, this young kid, has made two outstanding plays. In my opinion, top 10 plays in one night. Brandon Barnes, this young kid is something to be reckoned with.
All right, that's a progressive fan of the game. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Brownie.
Wow. You got a guys really wound up for this game. That's a good selection, Julia. Thank you for that. We go to the top of the 6th inning, and it's Eric Ibar. Ibar grounded out. First baseman to pitcher covering. And that's ball 1. And Julia, while you were paying attention to that interview, we watched a marriage proposal up on the big screen, which they call El Grande here. So a guy has proposed, and that proposal was accepted, and the crowd was cheering wildly when you came on the air.
She said yes.
Have you ever seen anybody say no?
No, I have not.
We did.
Yeah. Wow.
In Montreal one year.
What do you do then?
Well, you know, obviously very, very embarrassing. And, you know, the camera's there. The guy and the lady are shown up on the screen. She says no. Line shot on by Cedeno into left center field. And this one bobbled, and here's a throw to second by Barnes, and the pickup by Altuve. It's safe. Well, Ibar is able to make it in after a slight bobble by Barnes. He gets to second base to lead off the 6th inning. Barnes did not pick up the hit cleanly. Let's see what the ruling is.
Now you see this line drive just out of the reach of Cedeno, and now you got to get over there quickly on that type of play. It's amazing when you see these long stretches of time where outfielders go without an error, because this type of play can happen so easily.
Makes it in just ahead of that throw. And now it's J.B. Schock. Corner infielders in tight. We do not see an error on the scoreboard. It's a double. That's the 13th double for Ibar. Popped up. Shortstop Cedeno back. That's the first out.
Yeah, let's take a look at our Mazda game summary. It's been a terrific game of defense headed by Brandon Barnes. That's a double to triple saver. This one, just phenomenal work on the diving play, but Norris has done his part. He's been outstanding. And one big swing by Jason Castro, the difference in the game in terms of the offense. Jason Castro, his 11th on the year, to provide the 1-0 lead.
Now as the Angels come back, they have a leadoff double from Ibar. With 1 out, it's Trout batting. Trout struck out, and he walked and stole a base. After 8 in Baltimore, the Orioles lead the Yankees 4-3. Takes it. It's strike 1 for Norris. He's thrown 71 pitches.
By the way, Brownie, did you hear that guy with Julia? We've got an option for highlight voicing now coming up this year.
We do have an option. We're going to have to sign him up.
That was strong stuff.
Julia looked amused. What's with the blue wig? Any idea?
What makes you think it's a wig?
Come to think of it. Swing there by Trout makes it 0-2. Brandon Barnes catches tonight are enough to make your hair turn blue.
See, now that's what quality broadcasting is all about.
Remember that Crystal Gale song, "Don't It Make Your Brown Eyes Blue"?
Yes, I do.
We could maybe do something.
Not sure that's a good thing to acknowledge at this stage of things.
Well, that's all right. Honesty serves well. Maybe there could be a song based on that kind of a theme.
I don't know. Is there anybody else in our booth that remembers that song?
No, not at all. They're all looking at us very strangely. But that's nothing new at all. Visit to the mound. Now Bud Norris ready to go on Trout with an 0-2 count. Blue Jays 5, Red Sox 5. They're in the bottom of the 7th. In Boston, Edwin Encarnacion got number 23 in the home run department for those high-flying Blue Jays, who have kind of been slowed down. 1-2. But the Red Sox lost John Lester, who pitched last night. And Clay Buchholz is having problems, so some think that they might be lining up to make a deal. The Mets 4, the Nationals 1. They're in the top of the 8th inning at Citi Field in New York. Ian Desmond hit his 14th for the Nationals. It's 2-2.
See where the Braves retired Chipper's number 10 for their game tonight?
That's nice.
John Smoltz was on hand to comment about it, and
that's great. How about Tom Glavine? Was he there?
Well, I don't know about in the ballpark. As one of the national broadcasting groups,
okay.
John Smoltz was a part of that.
Smoltz is doing the game on TV. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very nice touch.
Yeah.
Saw the original scouting report on Chipper Jones in that 2 to 8 level of 8 being the strongest. He was rated as a future 5 power guy.
What?
That just shows you how far off the scouts can be.
Was that a Braves scouting report?
I assume so.
Ooh. That guy might have gotten in some trouble. Pitch is up, 3-2.
Well, they landed their fish.
Well, he was the number 1 overall pick.
I guess you can't let that one get by if you go number 1.
How could he have been the number 1 pick with a report like that?
Maybe he was going to be a big base theft guy.
Okay. All right. 3-2 with Albert Pujols waiting next. It was 0-2, so now a little stirring around the mound as the Astros get things set with Altuve going back and Castro. And now Norris about to make a very big pitch in a 1-0 game. The Padres lead the Marlins 7-2. They're at the end of 7 now. Logan Forsythe hit home run number 3. Crowd lines one over Altuve into right center field, and that'll score the tying run. It's a 1-1 game as Trout delivers RBI number 52. Ibar coming in on the Trout single. Trout fell behind quickly, 0-2, battled back for a 3-2 count, and then this.
This base hit on a slider down and away is the reason I don't think Mike Trout is ever going to face a really prolonged slump in Major League Baseball. He'll take the ball back up the middle into right field and with power just about as well as anybody in the game.
That ties it now. Albert Pujols is the batter. Pujols is 0 for 2. Trout stole second in the 4th inning. Does not have a big lead. In the air to right field and shallow coming in Martinez, and he's still getting there now. It looks like it might be able to drop in front of him, but he got there for out number 2.
Tomorrow the Astros continue their series against the Angels at 3:10 p.m. Be sure to get to Minute Maid Park early, as 10,000 fans will receive a white home replica jersey courtesy of Champion Energy Services. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS to get your tickets right now.
The San Diego Padres are in second place in the NL West, 3.5 behind Arizona. They lead 7-2 at Miami over the Marlins. Edinson Volquez started. Ricky Nolasco, the Marlins starter, gave up 5 earned runs in 5 innings on 11 hits. Trumbo takes a look at it. It's strike 1. He struck out twice. That Marlins club could be unloading people. How about the AL East, though? Toronto's in last place with a .500 record. 39-39 coming into play tonight.
Boston Red Sox have been maybe a surprise team this year. Some people thought they were going to be pretty good. I don't know if anybody knew they were going to be this good.
Runner goes, and it's foul back. Trout took off, and Trumbo fouled it for an 0-2 count.
But you know, when it's all said and done, I wouldn't be surprised if the Baltimore Orioles get things together and possibly take a run at winning that division.
Good club. They have a number of good young players. Question some people have is about their starting rotation. Miguel Cabrera's hit 2 homers tonight. That gives him 24 for Detroit. Tigers lead the Rays 6-3 in the top of the 9th. Bouncer shortstop Cedeno to Altuve for the force on Trout. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left. Jason Castro will be up third in the bottom of the 6th inning in a 1-1 game.
And the Astros continue their series against the Angels through this Sunday. Then Monday through Thursday, Evan Longoria and the Tampa Bay Rays come to town for a 4-game series. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your tickets now, guys.
Thanks, Julia. And we were checking on the scoring in the top of the inning, and notice now there's been an error charged to Brandon Barnes on that hit by Ibar. There's Jose Altuve, and there's strike 1 to him. Jose grounded out, and he was hit by a pitch. So it was a single by Ibar leading off the inning, and then an error by Barnes allowing him to get to second from where he scored on the Trout hit. So we were thinking the run was unearned, and I'm still checking that out. No balls, 2 strikes. With Wallace and Castro to follow, Altuve just a slight bobble by Barnes, but the official score has charged him with his 2nd error of the year.
I guess on the base hit by Trout, if you said Ibar goes first to third, a fly ball would score him.
That one will loop in for a hit for Altuve. And that means an 8-game hitting streak for Jose. Comes through on the 0-2 delivery. Oh, yeah, you're right, Ash.
Yeah, that could be the logic for what we're seeing as an earned run.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve can pick up some hits with some rather funky swings, but he just has a way of getting the bat on the ball, and that's a trait of guys who have been career 300 hitters.
That's hit number 90 for him. He's the club leader. This is game number 80 for the Astros. Brett Wallace has grounded twice to the first baseman. Altuve with 17 steals has not measured a large lead. We'll look over. Jerome Williams has worked hard on base runners tonight. Altuve has 8 stolen bases during the month of June. That's the second most in the American League this month. Jacoby Ellsbury has 11. Wallace taps it foul. Back one to Brett. Angels starting pitchers at 125. They've lost 32 with an ERA of 4.52. There's a delay now in starting the second game of the doubleheader between the Indians and the White Sox due to rain in Chicago. After a 19-10 first game, went to Cleveland. That's a line into right field. Hamilton in for the catch. 1 out.
It was raining hits in that first game, 34 overall.
It's a long day at the ballpark. Cubs and Mariners start late in Seattle. Travis Wood against Iwakuma.
Yeah, that's one of those days you remember on the 162 game schedule. You've got a doubleheader schedule. You decide to go 19-10 in game 1 and then get rain on top of that.
Castro hit a fly ball to right. Hamilton came in to snag it. In the 4th inning, he hit one into the Astros bullpen for home run number 11. Double play depth for Ibar and Kendrick now. And there's a throw on Altuve. Cardinals will be in Oakland tonight playing the Athletics later. It'll be Shelby Miller, an 8-5 record, a 2.35 ERA against Bartolo Colon. He's 10-2 with a 2.93. That's a game to watch later tonight. Chris Carter's on deck. That's ball 1. The Bleacher Report has come out with its mid-season awards. All the awards in baseball already named for the first half, Ash, by the Bleacher Report. American League Comeback Player of the Year, Evan Longoria. National League Comeback Player of the Year, Troy Tulowitzki.
Who happens to be on the DL.
Well, that's true. So that's kind of tough. He also, by the way, is the NL MVP for the first half of the year. The AL MVP is Miguel Cabrera.
I mentioned he's on the DL.
Yeah, you did mention that.
Probably at least 6 weeks.
Well, that's kind of tough then to project that for a full season.
Well, he's been awfully good.
He could do it. Castro takes, and it's ball 2, and it's 2-0. The American League Manager of the Year, John Farrell of Boston.
Well, what about Joe Girardi?
Nope. John Farrell. I agree with you, though.
What a turnaround there in Boston.
Oh, yeah, but Girardi has had to deal with so much adversity. No doubt.
I just don't know how that Yankee club has hung in there.
It's been an amazing story. National League Manager of the Year, Clint Hurdle on Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that might be a kind of a no-brainer right now.
National League Rookie of the Year, Shelby Miller.
What about Bud Black?
Oh, yeah, Bud Black's done a strong job with the Padres. American League Rookie of the Year, Leonis Martin, Texas. This is from the Bleacher Report for the first half of the season. American League Cy Young Award winner, Felix Hernandez. King Felix of Seattle.
He's been outpitched by a teammate.
Yeah, Iwakuma has been fantastic. National League Cy Young Award winner Matt Harvey, Mets.
I like that one.
Now that's ball 3 to Castro with Carter on deck. The Astros, in going 7-3 against the Angels, have scored 40 runs in the 10 games. It's not a great run scoring rate, but they have pitched so very well with a 2.74 ERA in those 10. Castro looks at it, and it's a walk. First and second, 1 out for the Astros.
One of the reasons the Astros were able to sweep these Angels. 4 games in Anaheim. Big swings like this. Chris Carter launching one June 1st, I believe, in Anaheim. And
he has hit 5 long balls against the Angels. He's driven in 11 runs with a .333 average this season. Walking 7 times. That gives him an on-base percentage of .439, and he's causing a meeting at the mound.
Yeah, that on-base percentage, you don't generally think of that with Chris Carter with all the strikeouts, but with those 7 walks factored in with a .333 mark, outstanding figure in the on-base category.
Butcher, the pitching coach, Mike Butcher rather, talking with his starter, Jerome Williams. And Bo Porter looking around, hoping the Astros can figure out a way to break this 1-1 tie. Garrett Richards is warming up in the Angels bullpen, a right-hander. Carter walked in the 2nd inning. He struck out in the 4th. Carter hit that 2-run homer in Anaheim that beat Jerome Williams 2-0 when he lost to Bud Norris back on June 1st. That's the one you just saw. So you can believe what you just saw.
Sometimes.
Strike one to Carter. What a great call that was by Jack Buck.
Imagine he had a pretty good library of decent calls.
Pick off at 2nd, and turning back in Altuve.
You know, we all have something that we kind of remember from this place or that over our careers. Just being interviewed by Jack Buck was one of those cool moments for me.
Popped up on the foul ground. Trumbo racing over. There's Conger. Oh, Conger unable to make that catch. Now he looks over at Trumbo, who's about 10 feet from him. It was kind of strange, even though he was up against the TV camera. It looked as if he thought that maybe Trumbo was calling him off, and maybe some fans were calling. Who knows?
Well, Trumbo's not even really in the neighborhood, and so I'm not sure why Conger thought that his first baseman was making the call. And he even did some pretty good staring toward Trumbo after this play.
Sure did.
If you didn't call it, you should have been.
That was very catchable. Turned out. In fact, it's being charged as an error to Conger. So Carter gets a swing on 0-2 when, according to the official score, he should have been out. Altuve takes off for 3rd. Here's a throw from Conger, and he is out. Bo Porter out immediately to head for 3rd base after that out call by Gary Cederstrom, the crew chief, on Altuve.
Well, this is awfully close. Jose goes in this time feet first. And really tough to say that there was a decided winner on this play, but it sure looked like Jose might have gotten the foot on the bag first. We shall find out here. I don't know. Where do you go with that one?
Can't tell about the tag from that angle.
Really close. You know, I'm not sure they got him. I think that glove might have been just shy of the mark as Altuve's foot gets on the bag. Very close.
About as close as it gets. He kind of looked like that top leg bounced a little bit. Ash going in there.
And it does so many times. And you see some guys actually bend that leg. Jose got it nice and straight in.
At 1-2, the pitch was a ball. Carter looks at it. It's 2-2 now.
Left me feeling like, and it's not that I like the dive better, but I actually think guys get to the bag a little more quickly when they just take that lean and drop it into the dive and get the hand out there.
Carter grounds to 3rd. Fastball to 2nd for the force play to Kendrick. And it's no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. And a man left, and we go to the 7th, 1-1.
And we want to remind you to tune in to Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience. Brownie.
Thanks, Julia. That's tomorrow morning. And the ball game from here is at 3:10 tomorrow. That'll be Jordan Lyles' start tomorrow against Joe Blanton at 3:10, game 2 of this 3-game series. Then the Tampa Bay Rays are here Monday through Thursday of next week. 4-game set with Evan Longoria and company. David Price is back off the disabled list to take that start Tuesday night. Well, Bud Norris in a 1-1 game will go with Kendrick, Hamilton, and Callaspo facing him in the 7th inning. The Angels have 4 hits. The Astros have 3. Each club has 1 error. Each club has left 3, and even Steven game. Angels' run is considered to be unearned in the 6th inning. Gene Duffy just checking on that for us. That's because of the error by Brandon Barnes. Kendrick looks at ball 1. He's grounded out and struck out. And what Ash was telling us about was the official score must go back and reconstruct the inning without the error and determine if the run scored or not. And that's a little presumptuous, but that's the way it has to be done. On ball and strike. So, as Ash mentioned, if the error had not been made by Barnes and Ibar had gotten a single instead of gotten to second base on the error, now with 1 out, with Trout singling to right center, the official score has to decide, would Ibar have gone to third? Pujols hit a fly ball. Would he have scored if he had been at third on that? So that's the guesswork that goes into it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I was kind of grinding over here. Did you say they ruled it earned or unearned?
Unearned.
Yeah. That's nice at home. I don't want to call it home cooking.
Paul Clemens warming up. And I believe that the pitcher gets the benefit of the doubt.
That's if that's the case, then I think that's fair score.
Strike him out. 5 strikeouts for Norris, who's been among the worst run-supported pitchers in the majors this year. Ground out 6, 8 in the air, and 5 strikeouts for Bud. Now Hamilton's 2 for 2, a double off the wall in left and a single to center field on a broken bat hit. Puts it in the air and that will drift back into the seats. There's strike 1 to Jones. And we talked about that amazing first half of the season he had last year. The second half did not go nearly as well. He was a free agent. Angels picked him up anyway on a 5-year deal.
His month of May was off the charts, and included in that month a 4-home run game with 8 RBIs. Also had a double for good measure. Can you imagine 18 total bases in 1 game?
That is crazy. Coming into this year, he's a .304 career hitter. 1 and 2. So the reversion to the mean would indicate that the Angels this year are in for a big second half from Hamilton. Unlike the second half, he did not provide the Rangers last year. The attendance 20,498. Maybe he'll be a big second half guy. Obviously, with the wrist injury requiring a cortisone shot, he's had some physical issues here in the first half.
If he does have a big second half and Pujols comes on a bit, I would imagine the Angels still have a chance to turn their season around.
Yeah.
It's not like anybody has just taken off and is unreachable.
No.
There have been some spurts for both the Rangers and the A's.
Currently, it's a very close race. Texas 1/2 game in front of Oakland. And then the Angels are third, 10 games back. Texas 46 and 33, just 13 games over 500, 582 percentage. 2 and 2. There's the way it looks at the moment. Rangers have had injuries to their pitching.
10 games, a long ways to come back, but it's certainly been done.
Anderson fouls it back.
Just don't know if the Angels have enough starting pitching.
That's a fair question.
Imagine he's asked himself that question many times.
Michael Kadire has extended that long hitting streak. He hit his 14th home. Fly ball left center field. Going back, Carter. Carter on the warning track. 2 outs.
I don't know if Carter had to battle the lights on this one or not.
It looked like it.
Hard to figure him defensively. And now time for the pitch-by-pitch presented by Steel Dealers. And we are looking at this at bat by Josh Hamilton. Bud gets in front quickly. The foul ball and a swing and a miss. Then tries to work him with the breaking balls. The changeup down and away. Comes with the high heat. Hamilton getting a piece and then drives this one to left center field. But Bud Norris gave him everything but the kitchen sink and finally gets the out.
Caspo is 0 for 2. Rockies lead the Giants 4-0 in the top of the 6th in Colorado with that Michael Kadire home run, his 14th of the year, accompanied by another one from Willeen Rosario, his 13th. That's a strike. The Giants are 2 games under 500, as are the Rockies right now. Giants might be looking to pick up a pitcher. Then what do they do with Lincecum? No balls, 2 strikes.
What do you do with a 2-time Cy Young Award winner who's still a young guy?
Barry Zito got the start for them tonight against Jody Chassin. In the air and near the left field line, Cedeno sprinting over. Cedeno running hard, trying the over-the-shoulder catch. Ronnie Cedeno with a sparkling play. And Bud Norris has been tipping his cap tonight. Another excellent defensive play behind him, keeping this game tied at 1 in the 7th.
Your employees, hosting clients, or bringing out your church or youth sports team, Astros Baseball can create an experience your group is sure to remember. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to enjoy special pricing and great benefits by reserving your group or suite today.
Good place to watch a game right there. 7th inning stretch has ended. Now in the bottom half of the 7th, it's Carlos Pena leading it off against Jerome Williams.
You get Julia up there and see exactly what they are munching on.
Oh, yeah. Pena with a liner into center field gets it started. That's a leadoff single in the home 7th inning for Carlos Pena.
A good ball game.
Yes, it is a good ball game. We have one of those Wednesday night too.
Nice way to get things started. Carlos has gone not only back up the middle here, but hitting one sharply on the ground on the left side earlier that was turned into an out.
J.D. Martinez is 1 for 2. Ball 1 in tight at 91. That's the number of pitches thrown by Jerome Williams. 60 of them strikes. Dane De La Rosa is warming up in the Angels bullpen, a right-hander. Good stop there by Conger. 2-0. De La Rosa working. We were hearing earlier that some people on Twitter apparently indicated that on that foul pop that Conger did not catch batted Chris Carter in the 6th inning. There were some people yelling, "I got it." And that's certainly not the first time that's happened.
Maybe they should have been charged with the error.
2 balls, 1 strike. Yasiel Puig is hitting .427 in the month of June for the Dodgers.
So he's cooled off, huh?
But he's not up to where Bob Lillis was in September of 1958 with the rookie record, .443 for 1 month. That was the month of September for Bob Lillis.
Former skipper.
Your former skipper.
Very nice gentleman, by the way.
Yeah. Yep. Long-time baseball man. But known for his glove. Now, did you ever think that Bob Lillis had hit .443 for a month?
I had no idea. Knew he could pitch a mean batting practice.
The liner over shortstop into left center field. J.D. Martinez with Pena going to third. Here's the throw, and it's a tag and an out at third base. As Shuck got it to the third baseman, Callaspo. He reached out to his right and then lunged back for the tag to his left on Pena. Martinez wound up at second on out number 1. Shuck got the out.
There's a case of a guy trying to make something happen for his club. Unfortunately, what happens is you get that first out and now 1 man in scoring position. But laying back there was Shuck. I don't think he had any notion at all that Pena was going to take off.
Didn't appear that way.
That may have been what you call a good read by Pena. However, under the circumstances, it just doesn't pay off.
Well, the 2 hits here have hastened the end of the evening for Jerome Williams. It's 1-1. We'll be right back.
Here, Kevin Oschenfelder brings the heat with special guests and in-depth analysis on Sports Talk Live every night at 5 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet, guys.
Thanks, Julia. In this 1-1 game, the Astros have a runner at second. J.D. Martinez, one out, and Dane De La Rosa has come out of the bullpen for the Angels. A 30-year-old right-hander who's listed at 6'7". He's 2-1 with a 3.31 ERA.
Both lefties and right-hand hitters have struggled against him. 238 overall, just one dinger allowed by De La Rosa.
He's facing the Astros for the 5th time this season. He's not given up an earned run in those 4 previous outings. He did allow an unearned run on an RBI single by Carlos Pena. Ronnie Cedeno's the batter. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Jerome Williams threw 94 pitches. 62 were strikes. Martinez the runner with 1 out. At strike 1. Jerome Williams once again pitched a fine game as he did earlier this year against Bud Norris when he lost 2-0. He could be the loser in this game if Martinez scores and the Astros hold on to that lead. Cedeno didn't do much of a swing there, and it's 0-2. De La Rosa got his 2nd win of the year on Wednesday night in Detroit. He worked a couple of shutout innings. Since May 18th, he's allowed 2 earned runs in 14 2/3 innings for a 1.23 earned run average. Foul back. Max Scherzer 1 for Detroit tonight, and he is 12-0. First pitcher to start 12-0 since Roger Clemens, who was 14-0 27 years ago.
Roger might come back and do it again.
People are tweeting about the good crowd here tonight. They've been treated to a fine game. Cedeno strikes out. 2 outs now, and it's Matt Dominguez. Dominguez has flied to center and struck out.
These are some really good arms the Angels have in their pen. It's become this way in Major League Baseball. People can't really say get the starter out of the ballgame and have a whole lot of meaning when you have this type of arm coming in for an inning or 2.
You're right. It's nothing to see 3 pitchers in a row all throwing in the mid-90s in relief. That's ball 1 to Dominguez. It's been disappointing for the Angels that Ryan Madsen, a former closer, has not been able to pitch for them this year. And from what we're hearing, he might not pitch all year. Fly ball out into left center field. Trout going forward on the run, leaping, and he hits the deck and holds on with a tremendous catch. Well, Mike Trout goes up and then into a sprawl and holds on. And the center field catches have been magnificent in this ball game, tied at 1. Back on track tomorrow afternoon against the LA Angels of Anaheim. The Astros pregame live show starts Saturday at 2:30 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet.
And now let's take a look at tomorrow's pitching matchup, brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. Joe Blanton, veteran, goes for the Angels. Just 1-10 in a struggling start. 5.26 the earning, 2-2 lifetime against the Astros. Very good ERA. Jordan Lyles, after a rough one in Chicago, had very poor defense behind him. By the way, in that one, 4-2, 3.68 the ERA. And against the Angels, 2-0 despite a 4.22 earning.
Now here's Paul Clemens coming from the Astros bullpen with a 4-2 record and a 4.42 ERA. He'll face Hank Conger, leading it off in the 8th inning. Conger twice has flied to center. There's ball one. Bud Norris in 7 innings allowed 4 hits, 1 run, no earned runs, walking 1, fanning 5, throwing 94 pitches, the same as Jerome Williams. He had 65 strikes. That's foul by Conger.
You know, I don't know where this stacks up in terms of best performances for Bud this year, but statistically right there with the no earnings in 7 innings.
Yep.
Just great work.
Well, he came into this game with an ERA of 0.43 against the Angels for 3 starts, and he lowered it.
Chop that thing to pieces. 28 innings, 1 earned run against Bud by the Angels.
Clemens missing down and in, falls behind Conger 2-1 with Ibar on deck. Clemens in his rookie season with those 4 wins already has gotten his feet wet as a long man and then moved into more late inning roles such as this one with his success in the longer stints earlier. And that one's fouled outside first. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Paul Clemens. Paul's had a few days of rest. Pitched over the weekend against the Chicago Cubs. On Saturday. He pitched Friday, so he's had a whole week off actually. And 1/3 of an inning and gave up no runs in a no decision. The Astros lost that game 3-1. In the dirt, and the appeal goes to third. A check swing call for Conger, and a 3-2 pitch will be coming next for Paul Clemens.
It's a lot of body movement right here from Conger. Did the bat stay back would be the only question. Take a peek from the side. This is where you can really definitively tell, and I would say no, the bat did not survive in that half swing. I don't blame Paul Clemens.
Conger fouls it. Hank, a first-round pick in 06, the 25th player drafted that year. Born in Federal Way, Washington.
Bud Norris currently 15th in the American League in ERA.
Conger went to high school in Huntington Beach, California. And he fouls another one. Astros relievers have 8 wins, 16 losses, a 4.71 ERA. Bullpen was really solid on Wednesday, protecting a 4-3 Astros lead after 6 for Eric Bedard. That's in the air to deep center field. Barnes with a long run up on Taos Hill. That one will be up on the hill as he picks it up, and Conger pulls in with a double. His 5th. Hit that ball about 400 feet. Right in front of the patio out there, off the base of the wall.
Well, you never know where a game's going to turn as the Angels bring in a pinch runner, but that half swing deemed a check swing by Conger leads to this double starting the inning. Barnes got him earlier in the game. A great play to the left of straightaway center. This time just a little too much.
Now the pinch runner for him is Peter Borges, and he can fly. He can really be a factor in a game like this. He's 4 for 4 in steals this year. He spent some time on the disabled list as well. Conger coming out for Borges. And Eric Ibar could be bunting him over to third. Astros will pinch the corner infielders in tight for Ibar. This is Borges' first game since he had a left thumb contusion last Sunday.
Ibar with 4 sacrifice bunts this year. That's tied for the leadership on the Angels.
He's squaring early and bunting it foul.
The Angels now have had a peek at the way the Astros are playing this. Dominguez was coming in on that third base side. That left the bag at third wide open as Ronnie Cedeno was playing near the bag at second. And so you wonder, might Borges anticipate that same defensive move by the Astros and take off running?
Kevin Jepson is warming up for the Angels. Jerome Williams went 6 1/3 innings, allowing 5 hits, 1 run, walking 3, fanning 3, throwing 94 pitches, 62 for strikes. Cedeno went to second, and the ball's bunted and fouled, and it's 0-2. Ronnie went to cover, and then Clemens delivered the pitch. Ibar couldn't get it down.
Now with 2 strikes, you would figure the bunt goes out the window. Paul Clemens is not the quickest pitcher on this Astros club to the plate. Could provide a shot for Borges.
Ibar's hitting .300 with men in scoring position. In the dirt. 1-2. George Springer has hit his first AAA home run tonight in the doubleheader for Oklahoma City.
All he has to do is make contact. It seems that whenever he does, doubles and home runs follow.
Takes the curve. And it's 2-2 to Ibar. Angels have played more one-run games than any other major league team. 29 of them. They are 12-17 in one-run games. And now it's a full count.
It's a big curveball that Clemens has. When it starts toward the plate, it's well above the waist and still winds up low. Watch as this ball leaves the hand. Look at that elevation and then how much it breaks downward.
It's a big weapon, but controlling it can be an issue.
Not easy to lay off. Ibar's done a nice job.
Yeah. Back. It's good to see a couple of guys who worked here a few years ago. Jimmy Stanton is here. He's now at Tennessee and he's here in media relations. Gene Pemberton was the team chaplain. He came back for a visit.
Good to see both of those gentlemen. Like you say, great stuff. Really fun to see guys that want to come back out and kind of check things out again. Say hi to everybody.
Garrett Cole of the Pirates beat the Brewers 10-3. He's 4-0 to start his major league career.
Here he is just downright filthy.
It's a walk. Ivar's on. First and second, nobody out for J.B. Shuck.
That was a coin flip pitch. And Bo Porter wants to know why that coin didn't land in his favor. Take a look here. Very close.
Erwin Danley called it ball 4. Now the infielders converge at the mound. Third base coach Dino Evil comes over to talk with J.B. Shuck, who could be bunting here. He's 0 for 3.
Yeah, you would figure this falls right back into that bunt scenario for the Angels.
Well, he could move up both base runners in a 1-1 game if he can execute. But now it's a forced play. So a tougher bunt. Shuck has 4 sacrifice bunts. He plays the small ball game well. Wallace is in on the grass, as is Dominguez.
If the bunt is on, Shuck's trying to figure out where's the soft spot defensively going to be. Where can you bunt this ball successfully?
Squaring early. And a pick off at second. Clemens falls. Spikes may have caught as he whirled around. It's not a balk because he was turning towards second base.
He cleared that right foot off the rubber. That enables him to not have to make the throw. Didn't save in the embarrassment category, but the right foot came off the rubber immediately, and at that point he's just an infielder.
Doug Brocail out to talk it over here in this situation. Mike Trout is on deck. So we could have a sacrifice bunt here by Shuck, moving up both runners, opening up first base. Now do you pitch to Trout?
Yep.
Maybe an intentional walk to him, and Albert Pujols coming up with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Sounds insane to think you're going to walk somebody to face Pujols, but I can't imagine facing Trout under that scenario.
Trout 9 for 18 on this Angels road trip. Now Shuck is looking out. And he's squaring early again. Pickoff play at second with Cedeno going to the bag, but no throw. And there's a strike. So that's happened a couple times with Ronnie going to second base behind the runner, but the pitcher not stepping off or throwing there.
What the Astros seem to have is daylight plays, and that's just kind of up for your option, where it's not a preset play. As soon as I break, you're coming at me.
That's bunted, but it's foul.
Yeah, this is what drives a manager crazy. You put the bunt on, the guy takes a strike, and now all he winds up with is one chance to lay down a bunt. And Mike's probably just fuming inside.
Well, he played with a guy named Brett Butler, who was one of the best butters in many years.
Tell guys over and over, when I put the bunt on, I want the bunt, not the take. If the pitch is close.
No signs of a bunt there, and it's a 1-ball 2-strike count on Shuck. Wallace was in tight. He'll back up a little bit now. And he looks over at the bench, and he's backing up further. It looks like it's a swing away situation here for Shuck with 2 strikes. And Wallace is getting himself a little more time to react in case the ball is hit hard. And it's foul by Shuck. Shuck coming into this game had 13 walks and 13 strikeouts. Excellent balance. And 152 at bats. Not the easiest guy to finish off, even though he does fall behind 2 strikes and is unable to get the bunt down. He hits it to center field. Barnes backing just a few steps. Borges tagging. Here's Barnes with the catch. Borges coming. And the throw. Cedeno will relay to second, and it gets away. And Borges comes home. Wallace with the throw to the plate. Borges is safe. And the Angels lead it 2-1.
That's what speed does. Just about anybody beside Borges and Trout are not even going to tag and legitimately come to third base. But that type of speed makes it so you can move the 90 feet, and then it creates the mistakes that happen defensively. Just enormous as the Angels go to the bench and use the pinch runner. This is just a routine medium depth fly ball to center field, but Borges with that great speed is going to bring it.
And Cedeno gets the throwing error as he tries to get the out at second on Ibar. Borges is able to score to give the Angels the lead. Now an intentional walk has been ordered. Mike Trout will be put on with the base on balls, and Albert Pujols will be the batter with first and second occupied and one out. Barnes' throw was a little bit offline, and it skipped. Cedeno saw the opportunity to cut it off and get it out at second on Ibar. But as you said, the speed of Borges made some things happen. And the Angels have the lead 2-1 now as Pujols gets ready to come up with runners at first and second and one out. Albert's 0 for 3. Albert has hit much better this season as the designated hitter than he has playing first base. DHing tonight. Pujols is a .311 hitter this season with men in scoring position. Bothered by foot problems all season long. And trying to come back from surgery on a knee as well. Plantar fasciitis in the foot. And just watching him run this year, you can almost feel the pain watching him run. That's ball one. Two runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Halos. 1 5 and 2 for the Astros. Ground ball third. Dominguez to second. Altuve to first. 5-4-3 double play. Number 88 and 89 for the Astros in this game tonight this season. 1 run scores on 1 hit with an error and a man left. Now the Astros come up in the 8th. Barnes, Altuve, and Wallace do up 2-1 Angels. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Progressive. Visit progressive.com today. It's a 2-1 ball game, and it's been tight. The fourth inning home run by Jason Castro, the only Houston run. Mike Trout now has moved from center field to left field. Peter Borges, who pitch ran for Hank Conger, has stayed in. He's the center fielder. The new catcher is Chris Iannetta. And the pitcher is Kevin Jepson, a right-hander.
Another one of those big-time arms out of this bullpen for the Angels. Jepson, 28 years of age, 22nd appearance on the year, and a 4.58 ERA. Right-hand hitters are having a struggle, but then look what the lefties are doing.
Jepson's 28, as you mentioned, from Anaheim. Went to high school in Nevada. Second round pick of the Halos in 02. Brandon Barnes leads it off, number 9 batter in the home 8th inning. Showing bunt, taking strike one at 97. High octane stuff from Jepson. Dane De La Rosa in 2/3 of an inning. No hits, no runs, with no walks, 1 strikeout. Could be the winning pitcher.
Yeah, if you can string together 3, 4, this type of arm, that 95 plus kind of an arm in your bullpen, stack them up. It just makes life so tough on the opposition.
He's pitched twice against the Astros, total of 2 innings, 2 hits, and no runs allowed this year. Shortstop fields it, and Ibar with the tag, and Trumbo makes that play. 1 out. Ibar taking responsibility for the errant throw, but Trumbo picked him up.
Very sloppy and rather lazy effort there by Ibar. He gets fortunate to be picked up. The reason I say that is from this point, just kind of a flip, rather than what I'm sure his coach would say, come on now, bear down, use your feet, get in position, and make a good throw.
Altuve backs away from ball 1. He's been hit by a pitch, and he has singled. 1 for 2 tonight. Jepson got his first win of the year yesterday against Detroit with a scoreless inning. At 95, he falls behind. 2 balls, no strikes now. He had allowed at least 1 run for 3 games in a row before yesterday's outing. He lost on Sunday, giving up 4 runs in the 10th. That's upstairs, and it's 3-0 to Altuve. Jepson missed 38 games with a right shoulder strain back in mid-April through late May. The Halos bullpen has won 11 and lost 11 with an ERA of 4.00. That's called a strike, and it's 3-1. Kerwin Danley, the home plate umpire. Joe Blanton goes tomorrow. Angels will go back home after this series for a 6-game homestand against St. Louis and Boston. That's ball 4. Altuve takes a walk, his 17th of the year. And now we'll see if he might think about running. Iannetta, the new catcher, just in the game, out a few steps toward the mound, and now back behind home plate with Brett Wallace batting.
That Altuve running game has been blossoming.
Mike Scioscia's glove threw him out, trying to steal third in the 6th inning on a throw from Conger to Callaspo. One of the key outs in this game. Wallace has bounced twice to first and flied to right. Altuve, with the caught stealing in the 6th, is now 17 for 22 in stolen bases this year. Fouled away by Wallace with Castro on deck. Here's strike one. The Angels swept Detroit at Comerica Park in the previous series. It was the first time they had done that at Comerica since '02. Jose Veras is warming up for Houston.
Over the last 13 Astros games, Altuve has picked up 8 stolen bases.
Wallace takes a look at it. That's a ball to even the count at 1-1.
You recall 3 of those coming in one ball game against the Brewers, but that was a 3-1 loss for Houston.
Harris gets loose, hoping that he will have a lead to protect. Trumbo, Kendrick, and Hamilton are due up in the 9th. Angels have allowed 64 stolen bases. They've thrown out 2 tonight. They threw out Johnny Cedeno in the 5th, Altuve in the 6th. They've now caught 15. Jepsen pitched in 49 games last year. His high for appearances 68 in 2010 for the Halos. Altuve goes. It's a pitch out. Ionetta's throw didn't get him. He beat a pitch out for steal number 18.
Well, Altuve not held down by that fact that he got thrown out earlier in the ballgame, and that's a confident base runner that can do this. Good jump. That pitch out, not the quickest release, but the throw was right on the money. Jose is showing that he can be one of those guys that can steal a bag when you're looking for it.
Now strike 2 makes it 2-2 to Wallace. Ibar's coming in. 18 steals for Altuve this year. The Astros have 11 steals against the Angels. This is game number 11 against them. And that could make a world of difference now with Wallace batting and Castro on deck. It gives the Astros 2 shots with a left-handed batter and a runner at second.
With 18 steals, Altuve is now tied for 4th in the American League in that category.
Wallace fouls it.
Talking about the likes of Jacoby Ellsbury, Nate McLeod, Mike Trout, and then Altuve slots in.
Company. As you mentioned, left-handed hitters have been kept to a .219 batting average by Jepsen. He's given up 2 homers and 32 at-bats. The guys who hit from this side of the plate. Wallace grounds past the diving third baseman Kai Ashbo. Altuve had to hold until the ball cleared the infield. He gets to third on a Wallace opposite field single. That hit it sharply. And it's first and third one out for Castro now.
Brett Wallace likes to go the other way. What we've seen a lot of is the gap in left center field, but on a high and away pitch, gets on top of it and keeps it down. And that's the type of hitting that can lead to a lot of success. For Altuve, you just have to freeze. Nothing more you can do.
He played it correctly.
See that swing there as Wallace stays right on top of the up and away pitch.
That was impressive.
Yep.
Against a hard thrower.
Guys will take that normal swing uppercut and just swing under that all day long.
It's a quick bat, Ash.
You can see why he can be successful going the other way. And you also see maybe why he was so successful at AAA. Can he maintain this here? That, I guess, is the big question. Look how short this is to the ball. From hands-high position, he just drops barrel to the ball. And that's excellent work.
Wallace now has had 12 at-bats since returning to the Astros. He gives way to a pinch runner here, Justin Maxwell. In those 12 at-bats, he struck out once. That's after striking out 17 times in his first 24 at-bats with Houston this year. Maxwell, the pinch runner now, gives the Astros more speed. At first, Castro the batter. Castro homered in the fourth. He walked in the sixth. Castro has bounced into only one double play and more than 250 at bats. Maxwell has 2 steals in 3 tries. He's attracted some attention here. Jepson. Chris Carter's on deck.
I have to say of Brett Wallace, night and day since what we saw back in the first few weeks of the season.
Yes. Garrett Richards, a righty, and Scott Downs, a left-hander, are warming up for the Halos. Inside, almost hit him on ball. Jepson displaying some wildness here. Walked Altuve.
Get yourself out of the way in that thing. Time for a gapper and let J-Max take off running from first base.
That's why Bo Porter has inserted him. It's 2-0. Maxwell was at the ballpark yesterday morning running as a part of that test for a possible concussion. Aspo over. Now 2-0 with Carter on deck. Castro has hit .260 this season with men in scoring position coming into this game. Hit the solo homer in the fourth. Throw goes over. Not his best move. Dave Clark talking with him. A 2-0 count, so there won't be a pitch out. That much is assured. Two balls, 1 strike.
Castro got a pitch to handle.
Looks at ball 3, and it's 3-1 now. Scott Downs warming up. He's usually a 1-batter guy.
You would think he's only getting ready for Carlos Pena.
That's the way it would appear. Nestor Frieri is the closer. over, the Angels have really been conscious of throwing over on the Astros base runners at first. Down to lefty, Richards the right-hander for Mike Scioscia. Swing and a miss for Castro, and that makes it a full count now.
Now this is intriguing. You've got the potential tying run 90 feet away. You've got speed at first base and a guy who makes contact pretty well. Are you game to send Maxwell on this pitch? Also got a hard throwing right-hander on the hill.
It's a big decision. You're right. Carter on deck. Both plays a step off the base at first. A little bit bigger lead now. He's going. And there's a fly ball to shallow left. Left fielder in. Trout for the catchers. The tag. Altuve will go back as the throw comes into the plate. 2 outs. Simply not deep enough for the Astros to try it on Trout.
Obviously a costly out. And with Castro, the guy you probably want at the plate, comes at an expensive time.
Castro knew it when he flung that bat away. It just wasn't deep enough to be a sac fly to tie the game. Now they meet again, and it's going to be Carter batting. Carter is 0 for 2 with a walk. Carter has driven in 11 runs with 5 homers against Angel pitching this year. Angels somewhat concerned about Maxwell's presence at first base. He could be the go-ahead runner for a stolen base here for Cole Porter's club. By Maxwell could really set it up. Carter looks at it. It's strike 1 to Chris. Pitches here for Jepson. Carlos Pena on deck. He comes up. It looks as if it will be Scott Downs facing him. Maxwell takes off. There's a fly ball to center field. Borges coming in. And that's the final out in the 8th inning with no runs a hit. 2 men stranded. We move to the 9th, and the Angels lead it 2-1.
Time for the Geico quote of the day. That was one of those situations where pretty much He just bulled his neck and said, I'm going to throw my best against anybody that steps in the box. And he was able to get it done. Will Porter said of Jose Cisnero and the strikeout of Matt Holliday Wednesday. Cisnero just pumped up and threw the heater right on by.
What a job he's done for the last 10 appearances. 19 and a third innings, no earned runs. Justin Maxwell has stayed in the game. J.D. Martinez has shifted over to left field from right. Maxwell is the right fielder now after pinch running for Brett Wallace, and Chris Carter has moved from left field to first base. Paul Clemens working the 9th inning. He gave up the go-ahead run in the 8th. Mark Trumbo's the first man up. He's 0 for 3 with 2 punch-outs. Broken bat liner over Altuve into right field, and Trumbo's aboard. Hit number 6 for the Angels gives them a base runner, and Howie Kendrick to follow them.
Yeah, that bat probably won't be used a whole lot more. But as the guys say, it dies a hero. Good hitting. Going the other way, tough pitch down and away.
Kendrick has 3 punch-outs tonight. Runner going, and he fouls it back. Trumbo, who's not fast at all, was taking off on that pitch. And it was fouled for strike 1. But Mike Scioscia wants some insurance runs, and he's willing to risk a swing and a miss to send his runner.
Yeah, when you've got the lead, you can afford to be a little more aggressive. These Angels had not been a good base running team really until lately, just kind of turning on that base stealing game.
They've been known for that down through the years. Great base running. Bouncer foul, especially pressing the action going from first to third on singles to the outfield.
It's kind of been the calling card of the Angels and Mike Scioscia. But when you don't have a team that runs well and you're struggling, you tend to make a lot of mistakes. And early on in the season, they simply didn't run the bases very well. Mike Trout and Peter Borges really being the 2 guys capable.
Lemons is 25 from Columbia, South Carolina. In the air to right field. Maxwell waiting. That's 1 out. Ernesto Frieri is warming up for the Angels. Pena, Martinez, and Cedeno due up in the last of the 9th. Now Bo Porter's on his way out. Lefty hitting Josh Hamilton due up. He's 2 for 3. Travis Blackley has been warming up for Houston. He'll get the call. Clemens goes 1 1/3 and makes his exit here in the 9th inning with a runner at first as we go to Julia.
Hey Brownie, just recently the SiriusXM All-Star Futures Game rosters were announced, and the Astros had a couple on the U.S. team. You see him there, George Springer, and then that's DeShields Jr. there, both selected to participate in that game. That's July 14th at Citi Field. Now, as for the World Team, there's one spot still up for grabs, and for the first time, fans can actually vote one of the Astros guys in. That's Carlos Correa is up for that, the shortstop in Quad Cities, who's having an excellent year. But fans can go to MLB.com. Let me get it right here. Futures finalist on the back end of that. MLB.com Futures finalist, and you can vote for Carlos Correa to get him in that final spot for the World Team. That would be 3 guys for the Astros. Pretty good stuff, Brownie.
Excellent. We hope everybody does vote often. Travis Blackley warms up. It'll be lefty on lefty with Josh Hamilton coming up against Blackley, who has no decisions.
And if you could get Carlos Correa in that ballgame, you're getting a guy who belongs in that game. And I think that for him to get a chance to play in that type of competition, only a very good thing.
Well, Blackley will be facing a guy who has a double and a single in 3 trips tonight. Travis gave up a 2-run homer to David Freese Tuesday night in his 1 inning of relief in the Cardinal game, but that was a game that just got out of hand for the Astros. They lost it 13-5. Cardinals collecting 15 hits, so the pitchers were really under siege in that one. Blackley now in a 2-1 game facing Hamilton. Callaspo on deck.
Blackley against the left-handers has been quite successful. 182 the batting average against the righties. It jumps quite a bit up to 295. So he's the guy that has had success against left-hand hitters.
Now Hamilton steps in the box. The run Clemens allowed in the 8th inning is unearned. So both of the Angels' runs are unearned tonight. Hamilton, with his 4 home runs against the Astros this year, is the only man to hit 4 against Houston so far. But these two teams have played each other in 10 games prior to tonight. Now Cedeno moves to his left several steps. He's almost up the middle on Hamilton. That's ball 1. Hamilton is one of those who doesn't hit nearly as well against left-handed pitching. 145 this year in 83 at-bats, 12 hits, 3 doubles, no homers against left-handed pitching for Josh. The throw goes over. It's an almost automatic move in a close ball game like this.
Trumbo's not a base stealer, and with Hamilton at the plate, they're looking for a big swing.
Hamilton, the first player drafted in the '99 draft. That was by Tampa Bay. Now 32 years old. Raleigh, North Carolina. Fouls it back for a ball and a strike now to Josh. He has had some monster years. In 08, 304, 32 homers, 130 runs batted in. In 2010, 359, 32 homers, 100 runs batted in. American League Championship Series MVP that year. Last year, 43 homers, 128 runs batted in, a 285 batting average. Upstairs for a ball. That makes it 2-1 to Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, that first couple of months last year, the numbers were so good that he appeared to be, I thought, a shoo-in to be the MVP at the end of the year. But as you talked about earlier, the following months were such a drop-off for Hamilton that he really wasn't even considered for that award in the end.
Altuve really playing him to pull here in this. It's in the air, foul and out of play. So much so that if Jose Altuve were to move to his left to field a Hamilton grounder, he would have a long to second to get the force out, and then there would be, of course, the to first, so it would be difficult to get a double play quickly to first unless the ball really is hit sharply.
And there have been times, quite frankly, where that effort you're talking about from Hamilton might be in debate.
Hit him, and the home plate umpire comes limping out of there. Kerwin Danley, he caught a ricochet on that hit batsman. Now runners at first and second, 1 out for Callaspo.
Yeah, that's painful. You come in to get one guy, and yeah, that doesn't work out well.
Well, Blackley is the first hit batter this year. He's worked 24 2/3 innings. Doug Brocail comes out. Now Callaspo, a switch hitter, will bat right where he's a 227 hitter. So Blackley staying in. Even though it's against percentages, the batting average against left-handers would seem to dictate that Blackley stay in this ball game if the Astros have confidence in him making pitches. Hamilton at first now with Trumbo at second, and Callaspo 0 for 3. His 12-game hitting streak on the line. Reached base in 14 straight games. During his 12-game hitting streak, he's been a .413 hitter, going 19 for 46. Peter Borges is on deck. In the air to center field. Barnes coming in toward the infield. Altuve backpedaling. Altuve calling and catching it. It's the infield fly that's called on it. And the umpire looks to see if the infielder is underneath the ball. Altuve did get back and get established underneath the baseball, and that got the infield fly automatic batter out call for out number 2. But of course the runners advance at their own risk, so some crazy things can happen on that play. Blackley will leave, and Hector Ambrose has been warming up. We'll be right back with the score 2-1 Angels. Top of the 9th inning. Stay tuned for Postgame Live presented by MD Anderson, making cancer history. And the pitching change brings in a right-hander, Hector Ambrose. He's pitcher number 4 for the Astros. It'll be Peter Borges coming up to the plate against him. He's 2-4 with a 4.94 ERA.
37th appearance, and that leads the ball club for Houston. Allowed 39 hits in 31 innings.
Well, the media was asking Bo Porter if Jose Cisneros is now his 8th inning man. He didn't necessarily say that that would be the case.
Why hold back on that?
Well, but he didn't say it wouldn't either.
Yeah. I think it's a great learning experience now for a guy who just may wind up in the back end of a bullpen for a long time.
Right. Peter Borges came in to pinch run and scored the go-ahead run in the 8th inning. With ball 1 to him. He ran for Hank Conger, who had doubled. Borges, we mentioned, has been out with that thumb problem. He's hitting .331. 3 homers, 10 runs batted in. He's had 127 at bats this year. He takes that one, and it's 2-0, and he is one of the top defensive center fielders in the game. There were a lot of stories written over the winter about Peter Borges being the center fielder and Mike Trout being the left fielder this year.
Mike Trout with all those circus catches a year ago, but they say that Borges made a catch in Baltimore the other night that might have topped anything that Trout had done last year.
Two old pitches fouled away. 2 balls and a strike to Peter Borges. His last 3 appearances were as a late inning replacement in center field or a pinch runner after leaving that game on Sunday with the left thumb injury. He had been on the disabled list earlier this year. Crowd chanting, "Let's go Stros." A lot of orange shirts in the crowd on this big and bright Friday night. It's been a good game tonight. The Astros led on a 4th inning Jason Castro homer. Angels tying it on an unearned run in the 6th on a Mike Trout single. Taking the lead in the 8th inning. And Conger led off with a double. Borges pinch ran and scored on an error by Ronnie Cedeno.
Yeah, with some vastly improved pacing in a 2-1 ball game, you really got a gem here.
Borges is 26. His father Chris played Major League Baseball for San Diego. Peter hit only .220 last year in 168 at bats. His batting average vastly improved so far this year. Bounce at a shortstop. The ball hit the lip of the grass, safe at second. It stayed down, and that took more time for Cedeno to field it and get the underhanded toss onto Altuve. In that amount of time, Hamilton was able to slide into second base. Bases loaded, 2 outs now.
Very unusual play, and it does take a funky bounce right here. Kicks to Cedeno's right. But I think he had to be able to size this play up a little better. Now, yes, there's good speed going down the line to first base, but somehow out of the corner of your eye, you have to see that runner coming into the bag.
Error number 2 for the Astros. They have made 2. This one hasn't been put up on the board yet. Inside ball 1.
Yeah, that's a play. I'm not sure how you rule that. Strictly fielder's choice. I'm not sure where the error might be.
Could be.
Other than in judgment.
Yeah. Well, we're waiting to find out, but that is not an easy call. You're right. Earlier, Barnes made an error in the 6th and Cedeno in the 8th. Both leading to runs. The run earned. Answer goes foul. Rick Ibar has a 1-1 count. Ibar reaching on that single in the 6th inning, then continued to second on the error by Barnes. Scored on the hit by Trout. Walked in the 8th. Astros had Pena, Martinez, and Cedeno due up in the last of the 9th inning. In the air and foul. Matt Dominguez might have a shot at it. He does not. 1-2 now to Ibar. They're calling it a fielder's choice grounder by Peter Borges. Play. That was a tough bounce for Cedeno. It hit right at the edge of the grass there at that lip. And what normally would have been a hop that would have come up higher to him stayed down. Another foul ball keeps the count of 1-2 to Ibar. Jordan Lyles goes tomorrow against Joe Blanton at 3:10. Good opportunity to come out, get a bite to eat. If you want to come early. That book signing for Houston Astros Deep in the Heart will be from 2 to 3 near the entrance to the Insperity Club on the concourse. Such luminaries as Ash, Bob Aspromonte. Bob Aspromonte was the first batter for the Colt 45s. Got the first hit in 1962, so he'll take you way back with those memories. J.R. Richard. Enos Cabell, a pitch inside, and it's 2-2. Ambrose certainly doesn't want to go to a full count and have the runners moving on the pitch. He'd love to get him on the 2-2.
This is just absolute abuse of that 12-second rule for a pitcher to throw a baseball.
This Ionetta's on deck. Liner into right field. That'll get at least 2 home. It will score a couple. And the throw goes into second base. A 2-run single. And the Angels lead now goes up to 4-1.
Well, that turns that fielder's choice, little bad hopper there, into an enormous play.
Ibar drives in 2 to give him 29 runs batted in, and the Angels lead by 3, 4-1.
Tough pitch. Likely out of the strike zone. And again, because of that fielder's choice play where everybody's safe, this opportunity comes along.
Now the batter is Chris Ionetta. He took over in the leadoff spot. J.B. Shuck had started the game as the leadoff man, going 0 for 4. 213 for Ionetta. And he's walked 43 times. Tied for 4th in the American League in bases on balls. He looks at ball 1. Breeze missing there, and it's a 2-ball, no strike count. Ernesto Frieri and Scott Downs are warming up for the Angels. Ionetta formerly with the Colorado Rockies. Way up, and it's ball 3. A 3-ball, no strike count. Ionetta's been on base in 27 of his last 30 starts. 360 on base average. 5th among major league catchers. Chris is 30 years old. He's from Providence, Rhode Island. Went to North Carolina. Strike. 3-1. Astros announced today they signed their catcher from North Carolina from the draft in the 9th round, Brian Holberton. This will be the 25th pitch of the inning. Paul Clemens started the inning, then Travis Blackley. Now Hector Ambrose, pitcher number 3 of the inning for the Astros. Runner going from first, and it's a foul ball back. Ibar took off. 3-2 now. Angels are trying to make it their 4th straight win on the road. As a road team, they've won 16 and lost 20. They are 12-20 against the clubs in the American League West. Ibar takes off on the 3-2 pitch, and it's ball 4 to Ionetta. And the bases are loaded. And Mike Trout comes up. Trout has been on 3 times with an RBI single and a pair of walks. Career .313 hitter with the bases loaded, 5 for 16, including 1 grand slam in Mike's career. The Astros swept a 4-game series in Anaheim from the Angels. Now the Angels trying to get a measure of revenge as they attempt to pile it on here in the 9th inning for their closer, if he should be used, Frieri. They lead it 4-1. Trout is the 8th Angel to bat in the inning. That's ball 1 from Embers.
Seen some fastballs here in the inning at 94, 95 from Hector, but really struggling with command.
Paul Clemens in 1 1/3 innings allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, walking 2 with no strikeouts. That's way up, and it's 2-0. Now this is where it gets tough. Command issues here to the extent that the Astros really do not want to use another pitcher, but can he find the zone?
Sometimes you just see a guy really opening up early on that particular delivery. Tough to tell. But when you're not having success, it's hard to feel real confident.
Travis Blackley in 1/3 of an inning allowed no hits, 1 run with no walks, no strikeouts. He hit a batter. Now Trout looks at ball 3. It's 3-0 to Mike. Josh Fields is warming up for the Astros. Borges the runner there at third base. It's Ibar at second and Iannetta at first. It's in for a strike, and it's 3-1. And Trout will be ready to pounce on this next one. Fields has just started warming up. That's fouled away, and it's 3 balls, 2 strikes. Usually a hitter in Trout's situation there, fully aware that the pitcher trailing 4-1 cannot afford to walk in a run. Has all kinds of command issues. Has fallen behind 3-1, figuring he might get a very hittable pitch there, and he fouled it away.
I don't think there was anything shy of 100% on the guess there that it was going to be a fastball. That's all you have to look for.
He swings and misses and strikes out. But the Angels add 2 runs to their attack in the 9th inning on 2 hits. They leave 3, and they're up 4-1. Here for the bottom of the 9th inning. Kevin Jepson in the 8th. In that 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, no runs, had 1 walk, no strikeouts. Friere is 0-1. His ERA 3.12. He's 19 for 21 in saves.
Left-hand hitters don't even have a chance against him. 113 the mark. The righties at 254. That's kind of hard to figure with a guy with this violent delivery, but some sort of changeup usually involved when a right-hander eats up the lefties.
He's appeared 3 times this year against the Astros with an ERA of 0. Stay tuned for Astros postgame live. It's presented by M.D. Anderson. Coming up right after the end of this game. Friere in 6 career games against the Astros, and that includes some games when he was a member of the San Diego Padres. Is 1-0 with a 1.17 ERA, 2 saves against the Astros. He picked up his most recent save, number 19, yesterday with a scoreless 10th inning in Detroit. But he got his second blown save on Sunday afternoon at home against the Pirates after giving up 3 earned runs. He had retired 22 batters in a row going into that, but had a leadoff walk to Neil Walker, and then the inning blew up on him. Carlos Pena is 1 for 3. He's the first man up here in the Astros 9th inning. As Ash mentioned, left-handed hitters have had a very difficult time against Friere, to the tune of 7 hits and 62 at-bats. Howie Kendrick is in right field. Strike 1 to Pena.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt 94 plus, and we've seen him well above that with the fastball. But you would figure that would bother the right-hand hitters more than the lefties. But that changeup or splitter that he brings, and he throws it much more to the left-hand hitters, has just chewed him up.
Pena looks at that one for a ball. 1-1. De La Rosa, Jepson, now Friere in relief of Jerome Williams. De La Rosa could be the winning pitcher. Takes a look, and it's ball 2. 7 hits for the Angels, 6 for the Astros. And from Anaheim have made 1 error. The Astros have made a couple. It's ball 3. That makes it 3-1. Borges in just about straightaway center, a couple steps toward left center for Pena. Carlos fouls it back. It's a 3-ball, 2-strike count now. JD Martinez on deck. Max Scherzer is the first pitcher since 1986 to start a year 12-0. We can guess who that might have been in 1986.
Took off like a rocket, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Roger Clemens was 14-0 in '86 with the Red Sox. He got a little help from his buddy Miguel Cabrera in that game. Cabrera went 4 for 4 and drove in 3. He's now leading the majors at 377. 24 homers, 81 runs batted in.
Okay, so he gets to the midway point and he's over 80 RBIs. And obviously, pretty easy to factor that out if he has the same kind of second half. I mean, his numbers are destroying what he did last year in the Triple Crown season.
It's not supposed to happen.
Are you supposed to be that good?
It's very difficult to improve on what he did last year. Galley cap? Now that could be improved upon.
It's pretty solid.
Line shot goes foul into the seats. Ricochets out of one of those seats onto the field. Watch out.
I think that may have been the soft hands of a fan that rejected that ball like that.
Oh, we have the reincarnation of Dr. Strangeglove there.
Gentleman in the blue shirt. He got the hands on it. They didn't stay there long.
That's a clank. Pena takes a leadoff walk. It's the 5th base on balls by the Angel pitching staff tonight. AT Martinez is next. He's 2 for 3 tonight. Well, you've had those clanks from outfielders knocking balls over fences for home runs. Doesn't happen all that often. You had one that went off Jose Canseco's head for a home run.
That was beautiful.
That was fun.
That's a highlight that never dies.
Carlos Corcoran on deck. Here's ball 1.
Yeah, I think that fan in the blue shirt has a story to tell for a good while. I think it may turn into he had it cradled in his hands and then somebody caused him to drop it.
Yeah. Another meeting at the mound here.
Well, we have had our share and then some.
What do you suppose they're talking about?
I haven't the faintest. At some point, I mean, you run out of okay, throw a strike.
In for a strike.
Up until the 2-run single in the top of this 9th inning, with 2 outs by Eric Ibar, he had a 2-1 ball game that is running about likely 345.
Wow. 1-2. Phillies lead the Dodgers 8-0 there in the bottom of the 5th inning. Michael Young hit his 5th home run for the Phils. That Dodger club had been showing signs of life. 36-42 for the season. Still a long way to go, but Capuano got lit up. There's a shot fair. That will kick out towards center field, and that'll give Pena a chance to get to third base on a double by Martinez. And the Astros are showing life here in the 9th. They get the potential tying run to the plate with the pinch hitter Carlos Corcoran. Martinez gets his 12th double. That's hit number 3 for JD tonight, and he didn't eat anything yesterday because he was feeling ill.
And with superstition in this game being the way it is, maybe he'll have to go on a huge fast here.
He might. The ball was hit sharply.
Well, the Astros give themselves a chance here in this 9th.
Well, they have shown pluck and resilience this year. Just when it looks like they might be down, they spring back, create problems for the other team. Sometimes they come back and win it. They've had 6 wins in their final at bat. This one would be amazing if they could pull it off against the closer Frieri. Mike Butcher completes his mound trip. Carlos Corcoran, the batter. Runners at second and third, nobody out. Corp is a .290 hitter. He has 5 homers. He's driven in 11. As a pinch hitter, he's 1 for 4 with an RBI. His numbers are not greatly different right-handed compared to left-handed. He's hitting .286 as a left-handed batter, but with more power. 4 homers in 42 at-bats, batting from this left-handed side. Matt Dominguez is on deck. And then Barnes could come up. There's ball 1. The relievers have 21 saves in 28 opportunities for the Angels. It's in for a strike. That makes it 1-1. Michael Kahn, a right-hander, and Scott Downs, a lefty. Twirling it up in the Angel bullpen. Bottom of the 5th inning, game 2 of the Twin Bill. Indians 4, White Sox 1. Indians won the opener, 19-10. A long day at the ballpark for those two. Swing by Corcoran takes it to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carlos. A Pirate 10-3 win over the Brewers at Pittsburgh. McCutchen hit his 9th home run. They're in the 5th in Oakland with the Athletics leading the Cardinals 6-1. Foul back. Jose Ferris is warming up for the Astros. Carlos Corcoran could make this inning a whole lot more interesting by coming through here. He looks at it, and it's ball 2. Shelby Miller was gone after an inning at 2/3 tonight for St. Louis. He gave up 6 hits and 5 earned runs. Bartolo Colon is his mound opponent. Corcoran hits it foul and out of play. Carlos in his last 23 games is hitting .301 with 5 homers and 10 RBI. His catching partner Jason Castro delivered a homer in the 4th inning for the Astros run tonight. Those two have been together in the lineup several times this year. DH. And Iannetta out for a talk with Frieri. Nationals beat the Mets 6-4 in New York. Despite facing Matt Harvey, he was not involved in the decision. Tyler Clippard won it. They got 3 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th. Drew Storen got save number 2. Foul back, and this is a battle. Harvey in that game, Ash went 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 run, no walks, 11 strikeouts. Got a no decision.
Pretty much a phenomenon right now for the Mets.
His ERA is now 2.00.
Got a chance of being the Cy Young Award winner. Maybe the guy who starts the All-Star game.
Corcoran foul tips it, and that's a strikeout for out number 1. And Matt Dominguez will bat.
Well, that fastball got by a couple of times on Carlos.
Dominguez has hit 2 fly balls to center and struck out. That's hitting .302 with runners in scoring position at home this year. In the air to center field, Borges backing on it. Both runners tagging. Borges makes the catch. They both move up. And it's a sac fly with Pena scoring to make it 4-2 Angels now. RBI number 44 for the club leader, Matt Dominguez. But it's out number 2 as well. And now we're going to get a pinch hitter, Mark Krause, batting for Brandon Barnes. Astros down to their final out. Barnes 0 for 3 tonight. And they go with a lefty hitter. Strong man who could tie this game with one swing. It's 4-2 with a runner at third and 2 down. Krause 1 for 7 as a major leaguer. 1 for 2 in pinch hitting assignments. Mark got his first major league hit. That was a double just inside the right field line. He picked that up in the 9th inning of a St. Louis 13-5 win Tuesday night. Krause looks at it and it's ball 1. Mark has that reputation. He looks at a lot of pitches. In the air, foul and out of play. It's a 1-ball-1-strike count to Mark. Krause got a start Sunday. Right field against the Cubs at Wrigley. 0 for 4 in that one. He was called up from Oklahoma City last Friday. Hitting .277 there in 65 games. Had 9 homers, 35 runs batted in. 43 walks, a .393 on base percentage. And swings at that one to make it 1-2. .25 pitches for Frieri.
Fastball right on the outside edge. Just have to be short to that pitch.
Altuve's on deck. House looks at it and it's 2-2 now. From Deschler, Ohio, into Ohio U. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Krause. Krause was a second-round pick by Arizona in the 09 draft. He had only hit 1 homer in his previous 24 games in the PCL for the Red Hawks. He was called up to Houston. Good swing there, and he fouls it back to stay alive at 3-2.
Well, we saw plenty of pop from Krause back in spring training. I don't know what it was about that time of year. Krause and Brandon Barnes were, along with other guys, swinging the long ball bats.
Yeah, there were a lot of home runs by Astros in the spring. That's strike 3 call, and that ends it. With Frieri closing it out. The Angels winning at 4-2 tonight to capture game 1 of this 3-game series. And they capitalize on some fielding flaws by the Astros in the 6th and 8th innings, and then add 2 in the 9th. 3 hours and 49 minutes for Mike Scioscia. The Angels beat the Astros 4-2.